If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Yeah, look, they said that I couldn't do it, so I went and did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Go. Okay, let's get it. Got a little time on my hands like a wristwatch. I don't got time for the brakes and the pit stop. Race through the gridlock, take it like Chris Rock. Right to the chin, still win. Heavy metals like Slipknot. Got the driving, I got tunnel vision. I just hit my stride the way I run the business. I've been making paper like I'm Dunder Mifflin. See the end game, I got one division. Look, I don't ever bother with a critic. Hit him with a chronicle of Riddick. Boom, bottle full of Ritalin. I hit him with a little bit of riddle me this, riddle me that. My bad, fell asleep at the gas. No time to wait though. Elon Musk, I'm trying to bankroll. New Tesla just cause I say so. Electric whip like Ivan Vanko. I just did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Okay, let's get it.
I've been on a mission like totally spice. I'm a baddie, she bad, but she totally nice. Still so blue and a toast with like white. They completely med jag, that's all for my leg. He knew it for sure, but he left with a why.
What is up, party people? All right, so playing this fun little game of whether or not everything's going to work. I have no idea. My screen starts freezing, and I'm not really sure. But on the screen, on the Discord, or not Discord, on my phone, it looks like everything's good. So we're going to go on. What is up, Nada D Nadex? How you doing, sir? A lot to talk about today. We're going to see if this makes any sense. Hang on, let me get this. I can't stand not having some type of background. It's very aggravating. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot of the upward rising stuff I wanted to talk about. I wanted to play an old panel from Jose's. I was listening to Arwjin this morning. And he was doing a lot of his, I know what it is. I know how it works. And I was going through some of his uploads and found one of the discussions he had on one of Jose's panels with Rumpus and a bunch of other guys. There's a couple off-topic stuff, stuff I don't really talk about here. When it comes to like the Georgia shootings and parent responsibility stuff, those type of things, I think I had a big discussion with another panel a couple of days ago about that, and it get kind of heated, and I think it's kind of ridiculous when people play this this game like it's not the parents' responsibility. To me, it's aggravating. And then, more importantly, for the topics that we usually talk about, the final experiment updates and all that good stuff. I haven't got official updates on whether or not Whitsitt is backing out or not, but from what I'm hearing, he's on a hard back out almost because of the contract. I've emailed Duffy at least 3 times now, asking to what extent we could get an idea of what is in that contract, because I think that's pretty important. I'd like to know what's in it. And then I got in a huge heated argument with everyone's best friend, the most calm, level-headed person on this planet, Jim Panda, about the Duffy situation. With this shit he could easily have looked up, but he likes to be aggressive and yell at people about it. Basically, the conversation was about, I've been talking about this for a second now. I am in the camp now where it was fine and dandy that a lot of people wanted to hear all the information and get answers, and this was the flat earth killer, etc. I get all that leading up to things, but I just want to remind everyone we're very close to October. That makes December 2 months away from that. Anyone who kind of has, any kind of 2 cents can look this kind of stuff up. Antarctic logistics, it does fill up every year. Whether it fills up right away or it fills up at the very last second, I don't know, but it does fill up every year. I get the whole we want to know who's going to go, but I take a lot of the information I'm talking about now specifically from the interview I did with Will Duffy and Jim Panda, who has also done an interview. And this is one of the big issues that I had with the way a lot of these interviews went. A lot of the interviews either went one of two ways. It went, Duffy's some type of scam artist, so we're going to grill him the whole fucking time. We saw that with like Awakened Souls and Nachikita, like pretty much any of the anything after mine, really, because that Awakened Souls was the next one, and that's when like Flat Earth and he started, getting a better idea of how Flat Earth really worked. Not that it was my interview that did it; it was actually Awakened Souls interview that did that part. But more importantly, what ended up happening is Duffy said in our interview, and this is what me and Jim Panda were arguing about. He had specifically said that the 24 that are on that list are the basic, the main people they want to go. And I understand that, right? Those are the content creators that have probably said on numerous occasions, the 24-hour sun either does not exist or at some point or another said, if it exists, it means globe, right? So that was kind of the criteria of that list of 24. And I get that, 100% get that. But Duffy had also said, hey, there are people on this list that he had talked to. There are flat earthers that he had talked to that aren't on that list that are more than willing to go, right? And then at that point it went, well, his argument was, well, these are the people that they want to go. These are the content creators that would change more minds. We've kind of all kind of have the real good understanding that this isn't really going to end Flat Earth or change it much, except for the fact that they're like, hey, what's up, real? Except for the fact that they have to, rethink things and shit. But what was said was, well, if he needs to know, and this is like a lot of people keep saying this, he needs to know who's going to go. That is not true, people. I want to make something very clear. Again, there are absolute steps to this. Now, when it comes to the actual booking, Duffy needs to know who's going. That's for the plane ticket. This is nothing to do with getting to South America. This is just Antarctic logistics part. Getting from South America to Antarctica is on Antarctic logistics. They would obviously need to know whose name's on a plane flight. Okay, so I get that part. They would need to know the names to know who's going to be there, so they can accommodate for anything. That meaning their medicals came through. They obviously have a passport. That's the gimme part, right? You need a passport, and all that 100% needs a definitive answer from somebody. Along with that definitive answer is the contract that Duffy wants people to sign. I understand it. I understand the reason he wants a contract, right? He doesn't want to go, hey, Whitsitt, you're going. Whitsitt says yes. 2 days before the flight to South America, Whitsitt's like, I'm not going. Duffy would absolutely be out a lot of money at that point. Now, here's the thing. There are definite aspects, and this goes with anything. If you were to, and this is very simple, if you were to plan a party at a paintball place, right? You're going to have a large group. What's up, Waterman? How you doing? If you were going to go to a paintball place and you were going to take your company, say, your company has 50 people. You call that place up and go, hey, I want to go there. I want to use your facilities and your amenities. And I have a large party. They're going to go, how many people in your party? And the person's going to go 4 to 50. And they're going to go, do you want to put a deposit down so that, your party has exclusive part to this part of it? And you go, absolutely, because I don't want to get there that day and not have room, not have the ability to have this function that I want. So yes, let me put down a deposit. That deposit will hold your reservation for this opportunity. Duffy doesn't need names for that. And here's why it matters. Because it's not contingent on whether or not Witsit or Jaren goes. It's contingent on who goes, because Duffy is. So what ends up happening is this. Duffy calls, and I'm going to get to what's really gone on again. So Duffy calls and says, "Hey, I'm taking these people to down there. How many? 3 to 4. Okay. Well, do you want to hold those spots? We fill up every year. And then if we get to where we are now, there is nothing to been done. Again, these aren't just my speculations of the situation. This is the conversation I had with Duffy. Duffy, have you made a deposit? No. Well, how far into it have you gone? I have talked to them about what I want to do. Duffy called Antarctic Logistics to let him know he wanted to do this trip with a certain amount of people and that he wanted to do these experiments. I say that with quotations. They said, well, there are limitations to what you can and can't do. And with that being said, yeah, you guys are more than welcome to come out here and stand outside and freeze your asses off to experience the 24-hour sun. Thank you. If I have any questions, go ahead and call us. If there's anything you want to know if you can or can't do, give us a call. We'll let you know. Thank you. Hang up the phone. That's it. That's all that's happened. There is no tentative reservations, deposits, anything. Those spots could fill up tomorrow, and Duffy would have to come on and go. Hopefully, Duffy would have to come on and go, hey, I fucked up. I didn't reserve those spots that I needed to, and there's no more spots. That's what I'm worried about happening, because that's just the same damn thing as if Duffy disappeared or Duffy said I was lying. I never wanted to really take anyone to see how far I could take it. All those things are the same thing when it comes to this argument in Flat Earth. That's all the same thing. That's exactly what will be the end of it. That will be the reason why I never jumped on the it's going to kill Flat Earth bandwagon bullshit that everyone was. But I agree, Real. A legit contract is not much to ask at all, considering everything relevant. Exactly. And this is where the fight started with me and Jim Panda. When I said, hey, I would understand if Witsit drew his own contract, saying that if I give you this time and I commit my time to doing this, then you back out, you owe me 50 grand. I mean, and what's wrong with that? He fucking blew up at me because I said that. It was a lot more than that, but roughly because I had said that, and how ridiculous it was for me to think that Duffy should sign some contract to a flat earther or something. And to me, it's more than, I mean, if I was going into a situation and again, when it comes down to whether or not Witsit's willing to sign it, because as far as I know, this is the update part. As far as I know, Witsit is not backed out, but is showing grief with something in the contract. And as far as I can tell so far, that everyone has this fucking issue that Witsit has gripes with this contract. I'm not sure if any of you have actually grown up yet and signed any contracts ever, but I have signed hundreds of contracts. Seeing how I'm a contractor, that's kind of was just a big part of my life. And there's one thing that you can always, every fucking single time you sign a contract, you can count on. There's going to be something in there that you don't like, something that seems odd, something that doesn't sit right with you. And you may need to sit on it. You may need it to be better clarified in that contract, which means more time. There's a lot of things. And trust me, Duffy is not a stupid person, especially when we start talking about shit like a contract. What's up, AI? How you doing? I was at Geo's listening to Witsit till I wasn't. I can't do that. I can't. I can't. And this is something that was they were talking about on Arwjin's earlier. I'm pretty sure a lot of people do this. This is like the reason it happens, right? I got sick of being in panels or voice chats in the same comparability of it. I hated having to play jump rope, so I started live streaming. So I didn't, but I can't listen to people grandstand. I get on that soapbox and just do that. I hate that with a passion. It just doesn't make sense to me. And he has so much control there. It's just pointless. Because as far as I've seen, there are a lot of flat earthers that don't even will leave not leave the server, but not be part of a conversation or anything because they know they're not going to be able to get in. All right. Real said, Toon legit offered to pay for 5 hours of his lawyers, and Austin twisted that into, so you think I don't even have one, bro? Let's keep it real. I wouldn't trust it. Devil's advocate. If I was with it, I wouldn't trust Toon's lawyer. Because there's one thing I fucking know for a fact. Lawyers bias. And I sure as hell, like that's like going, and this is not comparable, but in my brain, this is what popped up. That's like saying, in response to this, that's like saying, hey, me and my wife are getting a divorce. I'm using her lawyer. He's a really good lawyer. That is true, real. The reason for that, and I just put the link out to the panel if anyone wants to join in. But here's the thing. I think Geo's permaban list has more to do with his abundance of 24/7, or I don't even know, they're not X, but 24/7 mods that have moved into there and taken over the conversations and shit like that. Those guys, it just, ever since then, that's when it got really bad, as far as I was concerned. But again, Geo himself isn't so bad, unless you go back at him about one of his views. He doesn't like that very much. Oh. Yeah, okay. I mean, I would take that offer any fucking day, real. But let's look at it. Let's look at it for what it really is. I think I would have reacted the same way as Austin. Here's why. Do you think Toon was being reasonable and was like, hey, let's get the ball rolling. I'll pay for it. Or do you think he was saying, Austin, you don't have a job. You can't pay for a fucking lawyer. Or you don't have a fucking lawyer. I think that's what Toon's real intentions behind I will pay for it was. My opinion, obviously. But yeah, that's... But and here's the other thing. Look, Austin strikes me as the type that rather than get a lawyer, he'll think he can read the contract and negotiate the contract himself. No. Real 100%. Okay, so I'll clarify that. I 100%. I think the reason for Toon doing it was right. My opinion of why Toon did it was correct, but Toon definitely doesn't strike me as a bullshitter at all. At like not even a little bit. If he said he'd pay for it, I 100% think he'd pay for it. 100%. No, there's no doubt in my mind that Toon would own up to things he says like that. I'm just saying his intentions behind saying it is more of it. But I 100% get. Like I said, I do get why Toon did it. Toon definitely wants to get the ball rolling. I think here's the thing. I think a lot of people sense the urgency in this. The problem I see is they all put all the urgency on the flat earthers that are involved in it, where I think that Duffy actually has the most urgency in what needs to be done, right? Because without the finalization of all these plans, we're just playing games right now. Like, devil's advocate again. What if Austin read the contract and nowhere in the contract did it say if no spots or if weather cancellations? Like, what if somewhere in that somehow that contract pinned it on any, like, the weirdest stipulation on the flat earthers to pay for it? And again, I'm not sure if you're grown up, you're not yet, and never seen a contract, but lawyers, Duffy's lawyers, because Duffy didn't write that contract, Duffy's lawyers did. They do stick little caveats in there that if you don't read it, this is why you have a lawyer to read a contract, that if you don't catch it, it's a loophole or it's a stipulation that you definitely would never have signed for if you understood what it meant when you read it. That shit happens all the time. But again, like I said, this part of the conversation is necessary, but why aren't people being just as pushy to Duffy about making sure the trip is a done deal? Like, right, it's going to happen, because right now it's not at that step at all. I think people should be putting the same pressure on Duffy about making the reservations, the spots reserved for that place, knowing it does fill up, because I guarantee you it doesn't fill up in the last month, because again, Anarch Logistics has to have the flight, have to put you on a flight manifest. They have to see your medicals. That takes time. It's not I'm going to call them today and be on my way tomorrow. So again, unless Duffy does that, it's every other I have a great flat earth idea that's going to crush it idea that I've heard for the past decade. And I just think it's ridiculous that people are putting all the onus on flat earth right now about this trip that's not even finalized. That's what I'm saying. If it's not finalized, it's just a pipe dream right now. Remember, Duffy's rich. And he's already throwing this money away. This is because remember, I want to make something very clear. And he stated this in my interview. I've heard him say it in other interviews. Let's be very clear on this. Regardless of Witsit and Jaren, this trip is happening. Remember, this isn't like that's what I think people are clouded on this thing. This trip isn't contingent on Jaren and Witsit, and everyone has laid all the eggs on them that they have to say we're going for the trip to happen. That's what's fucking weird to me. And what's ended up happening because of that is nobody has put any pressure on Duffy to get the trip going. No one's put the pressure on Duffy to show further steps besides just talking shit to Flat Earth that this trip is going to happen. And again, the reason I said what I said about Toon and about MC Toon and him paying that bill or anything else is because of what I've seen over the many years that I've known Toon. He is not the type to say, I will do this, and then he backs out. He does not do that. I haven't seen him do it. So for that reason, I say MC Toon would pay it, right? But I don't fucking know Duffy. I have nothing to back up on Duffy, except for the fact that I know he's young with creation, and I already don't trust it for that reason. It's a seed of doubt. And because of that, there's nothing that says I need to be on his team. What's up, Robert? Over here talking about the final experiment and the contract situations, and more importantly, why the onus to pressure isn't on Duffy, the guy that has basically only called Antarctic Logistics and told them, hey, is this open? Like, are we allowed to come? So yeah, that's one of those things that is a big headache in my brain when it comes to this. What's up, nerd? Said Whitsitt is deflecting from his own Dabbis claims. Will I never? Yeah, but like I said, it's one of those things where 2 months away, whether Jaren or Whitsitt go, this trip is supposed to be going on regardless. Remember, that's why there's a big list. That's why Duffy said that there are flat earthers that he's talked to that are more than willing to go. It is only I really, with all my hopes, want Whitsitt and Jaren or Dave Weiss or whoever's on the top of that list to go. I get it. I understand. I want those people to go too. But reality states this. They are not contended. This trip does not. If Whitsitt and Jaren tomorrow, tonight, right this second, decide, fuck this, we're not going. That doesn't mean the final experiment's over. That doesn't mean Duffy goes home and packs up his bags and walks away and nothing happens. Duffy has stated numerous fucking times. Again, listen to me. Regardless of the people on the list, he's talked to people that are willing to go. So for that, and especially now that we know that flat Earth isn't going to change, they're just going to quote unquote rethink things. Then what do you expect? Then that just in that, it takes away from that. We already know that when Jaren goes 24-hour sun, flat Earth is going to go shill. We already know when Whitsitt says 24-hour sun, he's going to go rethink. And that's going to happen regardless of who goes. That person is going to do this. Whoever does go is going to do one of those things. And when that footage comes back and gets spread around to everybody, everyone's going to do the same thing. And only 1% is going to go globe. And that's just the fucking reality of it. You may not like it, but that is the fucking reality of it. And it's one of those things where, okay, well, if that's the case, and we already knew the outcome of this. I knew the fucking outcome of this when I first heard about this, before fucking Geo and all those coffee cup caustic and all that kind of crap. I already knew that part was going to happen. But what I don't see is people pressuring Duffy to make sure that he's legit, to make sure that he's just not another drifter that has been through here for the past decade. And that's the worst part. All these motherfuckers have seen these drifts happen, and they still act like there's no reason for flat Earth to doubt it, or someone who is skeptical about a lot of these things, like myself, to think, why aren't we pressuring the Glober for this part? What's up, Rob? Bro Sanchez is hide and seek champion. I would agree with that. He hides behind his panel. He hides behind his ancient cosmology that no one can refute because of the Google images he finds. It's ridiculous. But I do. But there are ways. There are ways to get them. Like I could, if I started a panel, Rob, I could get Bro Sanchez here. There is a way to do it. I've done it a dozen times. I have uploads in my little upload, my video area on this channel of how to do it. You just go to this channel, and you do it when you can get just the yes men. You have a conversation, you doubt a few things, and then you call them out and leave. Start a live stream calling them out. They will show up. And if you talk enough shit to them and make them look stupid, and them not have Bro Sanchez to back them up, Bro Sanchez will show up because they're fucking up what he's trying to say. I'll pop in, depending on who's on the panel, Rob. I may jump on Bro Sanchez's channel, on his panel. like I said, he doesn't like me at all. But he doesn't like me only because I was a flat earther and now I'm not. He's a very shady person, and he knows that I will call him out on it. And that's what he really hates. No, I've heard you up there. But when you get up there, that's when he usually sits back and just kind of throws you to the wolves type situation. And to me, that's the part I want to avoid because I'm trying to talk to Bro Sanchez, not his fucking henchmen, his yes boys. Look up Aboriginal power. Yeah, those are the dudes that the conscious community guys that think fucking they originated here before Native Americans and shit like that. I know all about those guys. Remember, I started, Rob, when I became a flat earther, I started on Bro Sanchez and Dreads. I'm not sure if you've seen Dreads there. All Stop Gamer or Question Everything. I started on their panels. What up, Racer? I'm listening to Jim's Discord server, but now it's politics. Thanks, Sean, for talking about Flat Earth. I see Rob is here also. Yes, he is. Yeah, yeah, but going on Bro Sanchez's channel, it's a joke. I've known about it for so long. That was the craziest. That's when I knew right away. So funny story. I left Flat Earth, and so let's get this straight. Like I said, I didn't just start there, Rob. I was fully involved in their channels. When I became a flat earther, it was the time of porn bombs and all that kind of stuff. Let's see. What's up, Rob?
What's up, Mr. Sean G? Salute to you, to the panel, to the show.
Yep. Welcome.
Good to see you. Oh man, it's good to see you out here making some content, dude. That not a lot of people have.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I was explaining how deep I was in it with Bro Sanchez. So when I became a flat earther,
that's why I came on. I want to have a conversation about that. Please tell me.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I became a flat earther, it was with. Do you know who Dreads is?
No, I do not know who he is. Can you? Maybe I have heard of him and met him, but I just don't know.
Yeah, so on Bro Sanchez's panels, he'll either be One Stop Gamer or Question Everything. You've been exposed. That's where I started. And those two, what happened is Dreads and Bro Sanchez, they used to be part of like Cyaneta's conscious community. They realized the scam.
They were Pan-Africans. They were Pan-Africans.
Oh my God. Big fucking time. They were big. Yes, big time.
Oh, see, okay.
So they realized the scam that Cyaneta and all them were having and wanted to get away from it. So they
Wait a minute. God damn it. I hate to interrupt you. Wait a minute. Cyaneta and my guys are scammers? Those guys ain't good?
No, those guys are all scammers, dude. Those guys, they're all fucking, they're hustling the black conscious community. Big time. Those guys are fucking, okay, put it this way. In my opinion, the conscious community is predominantly black dudes that fucking take advantage of naive black people. That is exactly what the conscious community is. Bro Sanchez and Dread realized that and left those communities and found flat earth.
Oh no, you're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart, man.
Yeah, so that's how Bro Sanchez gets all those debates with them because he has a relationship with them. He knows them. They know him.
Yeah, see, I guess I judge him on how they battle the pseudo people. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna change microphones. My headset's all fucked up.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, but so that's how they know him. That's how they know they can go and that's why Bro Sench goes there to debate them, because he knows he can pull people from there because he knows how they think. He knows what
Can you hear me now,
what
Sean?
strings to pull. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, it's much better now. But yeah, so they left that community, and that's why they debate with them and shit, so they can pull them from them. That's why the majority of those people are from the conscious community. But yeah, he's ex-conscious community. But when I started with them, I got on their panels, and that was the time during porn bombing and all that kind of shit like that. So what ended up happening is I got real close with them. I would sit in their back panels, and I would basically be like moderating, right? I would kick all the snipers off, people that wanted to snipe the panel or we thought would porn bomb them, etc. Yeah. So I was behind the scenes a lot. I mean, a lot. Like I'm gonna get into it. I'll tell you exactly.
Man, it kills me to hear that they're no good, though, man. That really bothers me to hear that they're no good. I kind of like them guys over there. Like Jabari,
you're not gonna like this, then.
No, Jesus.
Okay. So here's the thing. So like, here's a good example. Young Prophet. He's not a bad guy. He is absolutely engulfed in that shit, right? But he's not a bad dude. It's the leaders of it, just like the leaders of Flat Earth.
What about Q Butter? Is Q Butter a good guy?
I don't know much about him.
Yeah, he seemed like cool.
Well, so but here's the thing. I wasn't part of that community. Like I've always talked to. I call that the victim community because they're basically just preach the victim cry. So I've never been a part of it. I just know the people that Bro Sanchez and Dreads were involved with when it came to the debates and stuff. So the higher up figures that I know about, like those guys are no good.
Yeah, so they basically just took off out of there and then created the Flat Earth thing and decided to do their own style, huh?
Exactly. And that's how he has those connections with the conscious community, because he knows like he was deep into that shit.
I wonder whose panels Bro Sanchez, like Flat Earth panels, he went on first, like before he became his own panel. Like, did he hang out with Jerry and shit?
Yes, the potatoes. That back then it was Antonio Subarats. It was like those type of guys. He like Matt Powerland, Eric Dubay. Eric Dubay was huge. He probably found Flat Earth through Eric Dubay.
Yeah, because those are the things I heard him say. Dubay and Jeranism are like his people that made him get into Flat Earth.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
But Bro Sanchez, I know how he got his subs. I know how he got his views. He bought a lot of those. I started recently talking about it. Dreads and him. I know for a fact. I can show you the fucking links. I don't know if I have screenshots still. But yeah, they were buying stuff. They were buying views.
I know how you roll. I know you probably have.
Yeah. No, I absolutely do. And so you've heard them talk like that, right? Asking for receipts and all that kind of shit. That's where I started in. So when I do this shit, when I talk shit and I tell people about shit that really happened, I will only do it if I have shit like that. But yeah, they bought subs, they bought views. I had a conversation with Bro Sanchez in emails, and he was like, and basically, and this is what I remember why I was going to say this part. He is very much so. He don't give a fuck about anybody on those panels or the chat. He is very about his money.
Money.
He is, yeah. So it's about him making money. He doesn't actually like. I form a bond and a relationship with the people in my chats, the people that come on my panels, right? He doesn't. He can give a fuck about everyone instantly. If
it's a business. You're right, Sean. It's a business. It's a business for this guy, and it's money. It's money first. And truth. I don't even think truth is on his list.
Oh, not even close. Not even.
Yeah,
that's why
whatever he can do to keep people entertained and keep coming back and hear some crazy stuff, which is cool, man. And I told him before, my whole issue isn't that you're on here saying bullshit. That's every that's every man's got to give him right to have fun. But when you start saying that this is exactly fact and I know and all these people are wrong, well, no, then you're going to have confrontation and we're going to figure out if you're telling the truth or not. And he doesn't like the fact that when it's time to figure out if he's telling the truth or it's his opinion, he doesn't like it and he tries to hide behind his mute button.
Yep. So this comment that was just made, this is exactly why I laid out that blanket of all that shit. So remember, I was very involved in their channels. I talked to both of them on the phone,
Damn.
text messages, about like what the plans were for the channels, etc. Oh yeah, and Bro Sanchez used to porn bomb himself. You know how he has 7 channels? That's how he gets those channels to build, because if his big channel gets porn bombed, he knows
Yeah.
he can tell everyone to go on those other channels. That's how
That
he
makes
has
sense,
7
Sean.
channels. That's how he has 7
Yeah.
channels with so many subs, so he can make ad revenue on all of them.
Dude,
Yeah,
that
it's a
makes so
scam.
much sense now that you mention it, because the way it happened last time, the porn. I don't remember porn bombing ever being like really big thing. I have seen it before, but for the last couple episodes of his show, he's been having these porn bombs happen, and
Mhm.
he literally it'll happen, but he'll have like a pre-made whole diatribe on porn bombing and how he had to deal with it. It's like it literally is like it just works for him. It's like he's bringing it up just to create like views and make people feel sorry for him. It's really crazy.
Exactly. That's
It's
exactly why
fucking
he did it.
crazy. He's a thirsty motherfucker, dude. I'm sorry, he is.
Oh, big time. I have an upload that explains it all and shows it. So, and it leads up to this part. So I left Flat Earth, Rob, and I laid all that so you know the relationship I had with him. I went on his panel after I had left. I'd left Flat Earth for maybe a couple days, like the big leave, and then I gave it a day, and then I kind of started coming back, and I went on his panel. And he talked to me like I was flat earth, and everyone in the chat, everyone had already, like, this wasn't like a small thing. Everyone knew I had left flat earth. The whole chat was talking about it.
Yeah.
I get on the panel and he's talking to me like as if he had always talked to me. What's up, buddy? Hey, how you doing? Blah, 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 blah. You know, we're shooting the shit. And he reads the chat and reads that I left flat earth and I'm a Glober now. His whole demeanor changed. Every single aspect of it. He acted like he didn't know who the fuck I was. And it was the funniest shit in the world.
Those people
So
scare me, man.
yeah, so I get into it with them. And the reason I don't get a lot of debates with Flat Earth is because I see the arguments, and I like to stop them right away, and he hates that. So
arguments, Sean.
yeah, so he basically did that thing where he kind of just fundy mutes me and won't let me talk. And so I go off on him. I make some fucking excellent points. I talk about how he's full of shit and he's a scammer, and I leave, and he kicks me off his panel. So I start a live stream up. And this is what I was telling you about. So I start a live stream up, and a bunch of his yes men follow me, and they come to my panel, and we start talking. And I start I start explaining things, like, you know how you explain things to them. And if you start making sense to them, Bro Sanchez jumps in.
Yes, damn,
Okay.
Sean G. Man, I should have come on this panel.
So
good, dude.
okay, so check this out. So this is what happens. They come to my panel, so I'm talking to them on my panel, and I have an upload. I'll find the link. I'll put it in the chat a little bit. And we start making sense to them. They start doing shit like, oh, like, you know, and out of nowhere, guess who jumps on my fucking panel? And by this time, yep. I'll as I talk, I'll get the fucking link.
That's awesome.
So what happens is by this time I am fucking livid. I am pissed off at all hell, because remember, this motherfucker 10 minutes ago acted like he didn't even fucking know I existed. So I'm pissed off, and so I start calling him out. You're a scammer. You did this. You porn bombed yourself, like this whole nine. And this man had a fucking little girl hissy fit on my panel, and then left. And then rage.
Shoot me the link in the back, please. I want to see this, dude.
Then he goes on his panel, and because you know how what he does is he has his panel, and then he'll join another panel. So so everyone on his stream can see what's happening. You know what I mean? Like, he shares screens, so he can see. He told everyone on his panel, and this is the sympathy part. He told everyone on his panel that he had me muted. He had and that I had kicked him off my panel. Within reality, he had actually rage quit. Let me find it. It's right here.
Wow. Damn, Sean G, you got way more fucking battles in history with that dude. Damn. Salute
Oh
to
yeah,
you,
that's
man.
why.
Salutes to
That's why you were like jump on his panel, and I was like, oh man, there's so much
you.
history.
Yeah, been there.
Like, it's not a just jump on his panel thing, really.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to get him and Jim Panda to link up, dude, just because I think the personalities are
They,
just would be a great combination for entertainment. Personally,
that they have history too. Jim Panda was see. Here's the thing though, because Bro Sanchez knows Jim Panda from that time. You know Jim Panda.
yeah, right. I didn't know that.
You know Jim. You've heard of Troll Team 6?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, let me show you
Wait,
something.
Jim Panda knows Bro Sanchez. Whenever I always try to get him to go, he knows him.
Jim Panda has known Bro Sanchez longer than I have.
Oh shit.
Okay, so back then, so here's the link in the chat to the Bro Sanchez thing I was just talking about. I'll put it in the private so you don't have to go into the YouTube to get it. But that's this one. That's the one where he flips out, realizing who real, and that was because I was pissed off about him acting like he didn't know me and everything. There's another one. Oh, calling out Bro Sanchez's panel, and then this is the other live stream that coaxed the panel to come on. So the second link is first, and then the first link I put in there is in response to what was happening when his panel came on to my panel, right? So yeah. But
which one has him on there?
the first one.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to watch right now because I'm on my phone. If I back out of here, I'll drop Streamlabs. So I can't back out.
Oh yeah. It'll be worth a watch. It would definitely be worth it.
That's for.
But yeah, so bro, okay. And Jim hates when I talk about. I'm gonna get in so much trouble if he gets wind. He's gonna ban me again.
Yeah.
He will, especially because were you there the other day when me and him got into it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that pussy never responded, right? He went and watched. So check this out. I know he went and watched that interview that I did with Duffy because I saw the watch go up one when he fucking deafened. Hasn't said shit to me. He knows I was fucking right about everything I said about Duffy and all that shit because he was trying. What pissed him off was when I said maybe you shouldn't have had such a pussy interview with him. But I'm gonna get in trouble for this. Jim Panda, he will vehemently deny this, but he was like the leader of Troll Team 6. Troll Team 6 was the troll group that went around sniping. I will not say directly responsible for porn bombing, but the porn bombers were absolutely part of their group. Jim Panda's server used to be Troll Team 6's meetup before it became a debate Flat Earth and more type server. I have receipts, Rob.
Damn, I miss so much, dude. I miss so much, man.
Okay, so the reason they hate Jim Panda so much is because they know he was part of those groups that I was sitting in the back channels kicking out to stop from happening. I was going to show you this. Okay, so like I said, when I started live streaming, this was the dumbest thing in the world I did. See, this is it right here. The Bro Sanchez one that says
"Oh wait, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you're the fucking owner. Hey, just play Bro Sanchez on your thing in here. Dude. Just play it in here."
Well, hang on. I want to show you this.
I want to see.
So
Yeah.
When I first live streamed, the very first, okay. So when I first started live stream, it was like maybe a year, 6, 8. I don't know, it was sometime after being a Flat Earther. But like I said, I was protecting a lot of these Flat Earth panels. So I'd sit in the back of their panels and I'd just sit there. I wouldn't be involved. I would just be kicking people stuff, make sure the panels kept going. Well, another thing I started doing. Say it again.
You were like Crit.
Almost. So what I started doing.
Oh, you're cool. Obviously, you're cooler than Crit.
So this is what I did. And it's like a fucking idiot. I did this. I called out Troll Team 6. Where is it? Hang on. Trying to find it.
Yeah, you need more subscribers and likes, man. You're good at this shit, Sean G.
I
We need a
don't know
big
where
name.
it is. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's like, see this one, the third one says flat Earth truthers discuss snipers can suck a dick. The next one's discussion: snipers can suck a dick. Truthers, snipers suck a dick. I called out all of them. When I say I called, I don't know why I don't see it. It is very weird. I don't see it. I called out. Do you know who Tim Osman is?
It does sound familiar. Yeah, I've seen that name before.
He was a big component of this stuff. I called them all out. I called them. At the time I called him a ped. And
Yeah, there was a lot of that before
I,
today. A lot of people were
yeah,
that word around.
we'll put it this way. I also publicly apologize for calling him that too, because I do have some fucking standards.
Yeah, man, we all get angry. Dude. Me and you know amongst each other, so we all say dumb shit. You know, it is what it is.
So what I did is I called them all out, and I realized something. If I called them out and went live, all the trolls would come to my channel. So what ended up happening was So my boy Dreads, Question Everything, he was like my main channel. I didn't really give a fuck about bro so much. I just knew who he was and was involved.
Wait, Question Everything is Dreads?
Huh? Yes.
Question Everything
is Dreads.
I have seen that Question Everything on his channel. Okay.
Yeah. That's we were like real friends for a long time. Like I knew his family, talked to him on the phone, blah blah blah.
Real shit.
So what happened is Dreads would go live, and I would go live at the same time, and I would call out everyone. Because what would happen is I knew if I called out the trolls wouldn't go to his channel and fuck with him. So that's kind of what I did. But yeah, I was insanely involved in this shit. Yeah. So I was insanely involved in that shit.
Yeah, I missed it all, man. That sounds pretty cool, dude.
When let me see.
You know, it's funny. I mean, from an outsider, it would be unnoticeable. But like, but me, I've been there a little while now, so you can see the people who've been around a long time. It's like whether they have like they're on the outs or they have like just like little drama, but you can see like after a while there comes to a point where like the honeymoon's over, I guess.
Oh yeah, it was a long time ago. Let me see. Is this the one?
Because even you're not a flat earther anymore, but like even you can't stand some of the shit that just goes on like in certain places. You know what I'm saying?
No, exactly. That was one of the main things. I don't think it's on. Hang on, let me see if I can.
And it really ain't gonna do with the shape of the earth. It's just I know what you're saying. I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, but it's this is Dredge right here. I don't think he cams up. Too much.
No one ever cams up over there usually. It's fucking hilarious. Bro Sanchez, he's a little dude.
Yeah.
He always talks about beating people up and shit. It cracks me up, dude. He's so funny, dude.
Oh my god. Hey, Bro Sanchez, maybe 5'2" if he's wearing good shoes.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, he looks like 100 pounds.
He's a very tiny person. And I'm telling you right now, I'm 5'8", 185 pounds. I'm not a big person at all. I'm short.
Yeah.
He is tiny. He's
tiny. No, yeah, I wouldn't even bring that up, but he's always like boasting like he's gonna beat people and do all this physical shit. Like, come on, man. Just stick with the internet stuff and just have fun, dude. You ain't gotta act all tough and stuff and crazy. It's just retarded.
Not at all. He's not in a million years. He's bad, real bad. But yeah, that was my introduction. That was my introduction as a flat earther. So I constantly did, and I do plan on doing this. I have really been trying to grasp whether or not I'm ready to do this or not. But like I said, I have everything from back in the day, from those days, when it comes to Jim Panda's server and all the trolls. I have them talking about, because what they used to do is this is what they used to do. So I put the link to this panel in the chat, right? What used to happen when this was really bad, a flat earther on the panel would throw their link in the chat and then take it away, right? So not you can't just constantly be in there. You have to actually wait for the link to come back out. But a troll in YouTube can see that link and he'll copy and paste it. Go back to the server, say, hey, got a link to so-and-so's panel, and then all the trolls would try to get in there. So at
that's what
any
I'm
given
trying
time,
to do. No one ever joined. I got you. Yeah, hell yeah.
So at any given time, there'd be like 8 people trying to join these panels, and we would know what their goal is to do. Because this is on here, you can't do it. So like, imagine, Rob, you were able to kick me off this panel, and it would just be you on this panel. I wouldn't be able to, and this is back in the day when the old Google Hangouts, what would happen is I couldn't end this panel because you kicked me off of it. I had no longer control of it, and it was connected to YouTube. So YouTube wouldn't I couldn't stop. I'd have to basically go start over in YouTube, get to my live section, get to the information, and then end it there. So that means there's a good 2-3 minute section.
Slick, dude.
Yeah, there's a 2-minute section where whoever sniped your panel can do whatever the fuck they want. Tim Osman, the guy who was part of Tim Osman, who was part of Troll Team 6, he was one of the trolls that I had respect for. I said he had troll ethics. What he would do is he would snipe you from your panel, and then at the time it was real fun to mute Globers. He would just run his spiel. Everything he wanted to say that you had ever muted him for, he would talk about everything. So he would basically hijack your channel and make it his. But you know, the other assholes, they would either porn bomb it or they would just end it. A lot of people just ended it. I was porn bombed twice, or porn bombed in my channel taken down once on this channel. That was by PMARS. So yeah, there's a lot of history. That's why no one likes PMARS. That's why I hate PMARS. But that's why there's all that animosity between me and Jim Panda, because I will forever, like, he acts like he fucking wants flat earthers to have a chance to talk, and they have a place here to talk too, guys. He just loves the ridicule. He's a bully. He doesn't give a fuck about flat earthers, and I know he doesn't because he was part of Troll Team 6. He's full of shit. I know that's going to get back to him. I'm going to get in trouble. I don't care. I was gone for a long time.
I ain't saying nothing to nobody.
You're not. No. Everything that's being said about Jim Panda is on me.
Yeah,
and he does that too. When I got banned, all the times I get banned, I've been banned twice. And both times weren't because I was talking shit, is because I said his name. He doesn't like that. He hates when I say his name.
Yeah, there's tons of intricacies of drama amongst the people that it's crazy how far back you guys go. Really, it's a lot of time invested in this argument.
That everything I've said is from 7 to a decade ago, and like I said,
it's like crazy. It's like a whole fucking. It's like episodes, you know, or seasons to a fucking sitcom, man.
It is. It really is.
We're like on season 9, episode 68, dude. It's crazy.
Because I think Jim Panda's been in this probably 15 years.
Holy shit.
Because he was in it way before I was. Because when I became a flat earther, he was doing uploads. And he was not new to this. And I know YouTube was secondary to where they found it.
Yeah. Everybody's need a place to hang out. So I have listened to some older episodes, or you can tell the people who were talking in there, they're like, you can tell they were new because that's how they kind of addressed them. And like the one guy's like, oh, this is our new flat earth buddy, Damon or whatever. You know, like when Damon it's just funny to see like people like all of a sudden that's how they got there.
You would have enjoyed the times when like Debbie Duran was there. I know you've heard about her, but that was shit. Like she was there before Dallas Dave. She was crazy. Like they would talk to her with such disrespect, but she would come back every single day. Like you don't even remember Chemo, do you?
No.
Oh my God, Chemo is the worst, funniest. Chemo held that server together. I know you know who Chris is. Pill Chris.
Who's that?
Scottish Chris. You know who Chris is. I know if he's Scottish, the Scottish dude that fucking you know exactly. He used to get into it with fucking Queen and all that. But anyway, fucking basically damn, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about?
Some guy.
Oh, okay, chemo. Okay, basically this. All the you know how everyone's like kick Johnny out of here and all that kind of shit. They did the same thing about chemo. And chemo is like he's like a 24/7 flat earther who had an argument for everything. My favorite is sticky air. That was one of his arguments.
Is he still on the internet? Is he still on the internet or is he gone off the internet?
I think he's on TikTok now.
Oh, TikTok. That's awesome.
But he used to be like a huge
arguer.
He ran that. Yeah. He was the opposition. He was like Jim Panda's flat earther opposition for the server. Like he was the one that would come in and always stir shit up. And he was always there every day, nonstop. But when he get fed up with something and he'd leave, but everyone would always be like, oh, chemo's here, blah, 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 kick him out, mute him, blah, blah, blah. But he'd leave. And these motherfuckers would spaz the fuck out. Where's chemo? We need chemo. What are we going to do? Like they would freak the fuck out. It'd be like how everyone talks shit about Dallas and all them. But if they all left, everyone would be like, where are they? We need someone to talk to. Chemo was like,
oh, it happens every day. Whenever no one's there.
Yeah, but when chemo would leave, these motherfuckers would have meltdowns, going to like fits and shit for days. Like, and I'm not even exacerbating. I'm being serious.
No shit. So that's why they get so aggravated when I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah. They need that shit. Jim Pandas has just become a bully station. That's all it is.
So Crit was right?
Fuck yeah, Crit's right. Crit's okay, put it this way, man. Crit is right about a lot of things. And he fills the gaps with a lot of stupid shit. So you really overlook the stuff that he says. But
that's a damn good description, Sean G.
Well, that's what it is, man. Jim Pan, like there. How do you say this? There was a time.
Chris told me, he's like, Rob, all they do on there is bully. He's like, you're being bullied and you don't even know. Because honestly, I don't really feel like I'm being bullied there. But if you say like I'm just doing what they're wanting, then I guess that's like it's not that you're being bullied in a way like normal. Like no one's walking up to you and poking your chest, but it's a different type of bullying.
Yeah. They just want someone to talk shit and yell at to make themselves feel better than others. And you can tell who does it too. Because you can have a conversation and then you have what happened with me and Jim, where Jim's just, he probably stubbed his toe on something or fucking ran into a door. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with that dude. But the shit I was saying wasn't even like this big fucking argument, yell at people type situation when we were talking about Duffy. But for some odd reason, he came in like a fucking wrecking ball for no fucking reason. And it's just because that's what it is. It's a place for these fucking trolls to vent.
Well, knowledge is power, man. Knowledge is power.
And again, that's not what it. Now, after everything I said, you're ready for this. Ready? Jim Panda's server is 90% of the reason I left Flat Earth.
Well, I can see that. I can see that.
All the smart people that were in there. So when I was a Flat Earther, I was a mod there. Or I was a mod there for about 5 years. What happened is you know how they treat flat earthers? Well, I was there trying to figure shit out, and they were still treating me that way. So Jim Panda made me a mod so that I could people would back the fuck off basically. And because of that, I was able to actually ask questions and talk to people like, because all the smart people, guys like not Rocket, because he wasn't around, but guys like him, and they helped me figure it out. And I basically was able to find and handpick certain people that could actually have a respectful conversation with a flat earther, and they helped me get out of being a flat. They helped me understand everything rather than just trying to make me feel stupid for not understanding it. That the people in that server when at that time were the majority of the reason I was able to leave flat Earth. But at the same time, I knew what it was.
You think some of those good guys in there that were probably good at one time kind of were influenced by assholes and maybe kind of turned into assholes a little bit?
Absolutely. I can show you perfect examples of it. Rocket science. He was very respectful. He just wanted to give information, help people out. Now he's only there to talk shit. On a lesser grade, Blue Marble Science. I remember the day. I don't know if it was the first panel he'd ever been on. I'm going to say it was, just because whatever I remember. But Bob the Science Guy brought him on. And from the very start, he was extremely respectful, soft-spoken, very matter of fact, right? He wanted people to understand what he was trying to say. Over many years of him being that way and getting shit talked and fucking ridiculed and called a liar and all that shit by Flat Earth has made it to the point now where if you disrespect him, he will go off on your ass. And to me, it's he has every reason to, right? He was a respectful dude with a lot of experience and expertise.
Oh, he's super.
Just trying.
First of all, he's super proper.
Yeah.
Bob is super proper. He's not like the type of guy you talk to. Like
No. I'm not talking about Bob. I'm talking about Blue Marble Science. I'll get on to Bob in a second.
Marble Science. I got you.
That's what I figured out. I'm gonna title this stream "What's Wrong with Globers."
Some of those Globers are like kind of like just like chill dudes. Like they don't really, you don't really. Some people you don't really need to talk to.
Yeah. Blue Marble Science is one of those guys. And what ended up happening is he got so sick of being disrespected that the second he is now disrespected, he will fly off the handle on you. And I understand it. And I even think, yeah, 100%. And that's a situation which is very hard to deal with because of this. He has 110% reason to be like that towards these people because he's only like that towards the people that are like that to him. Like I said, they have to disrespect him for him to get like this. The problem is that once he does it, he stopped. The flat earthers and the information becomes less important. But that's a situation where it's like, I get why he's doing it. He even has a reason to do it, but damn it. Right. But then you go to someone like Bob the Science Guy. On the opposite spectrum of that situation, his ego is the reason no one respects his information. He will talk to you like you are shit, no matter if you're a globe or a flat earther. He doesn't like me. He hates me with all passions because I'll call him out if he says something that sounds weird. He hates when I talk to him because of that. Those are the type of people that I like to call out, like to do this about, because you are a detriment to this conversation, and it's not a detriment to changing a flat earther's opinion on where we live. It's just the information is so relevant, but because you're an asshole, it's no longer relevant aspect to me is useless. I don't care for that kind of shit. I'm here for information. I'm not here for your ego to get in the way of something.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. The biggest thing is how you present it. Sometimes the smartest guy is the best presenter.
Yeah. Race. Chris Berry. I love Chris Berry. Is awesome. I like Chris Berry. If I can get on, I wish I can get him on here, but he seems to be only about politics right now. He stopped by a few streams ago. He jumped in the chat for a second.
Well, Sean G, I'm gonna hop off and eat some lunch here. It was good talking to you, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
good. Yeah, good conversation, Rob. I appreciate it, man.
Everybody
I'm happy.
share, and sub.
And I'm happy we can have a new start. Let's have a new start, completely new start.
I hear you, man. Shout out to fucking what's his name too? God damn it, Demon Stride. Shout out to you, man. Much respect. Salutes.
Yep.
All right, guys.
Yep.
Later, man.
Have a good one, man. Wow, that was unexpected. Me and Rob have had some history, so I'm very happy that we can have a cordial conversation. Lori says, every time Sean goes on onto this topic, I feel a little sting. I realize that my own behavior is not exactly the most that's what it is, man. And again, I I obviously am coming from this from a different aspect of it because I was 100% on the ending this end of the stick of that ridicule, that disrespect, that being called fucking stupid, and that I could never learn, and this is the problem with this. Like, there was a lot that went into it. And then there's the other side, right? That I have to defend. I got people telling about how I was a fake flat earther and shit. Trust me, I can tell you guys right the fuck now. Being doxxed 16 times, and that's through means of multiple uploads or information being found and passed around, and then getting emails and letters and calls to my son's school and shit. Trust me, flat earth was not worth any of that shit, especially if it was full. If I was drifting flat earth, definitely fucking not. But so yeah, I do have vested interest in this. That was one of those big things that like I do have issue with, and people actually come back at me with it, and that's why I've had to explain that. Where it's like, I won't sit down and have a conversation with like a Jen. Like I will, because I love Jen's stories. I want to get Jen. I'm trying to get Jen on here so he can do the Gentopia, because you guys got to hear the toilet paradox. And for some of you who've never heard it, you thought it was amazing. Gentopia is far better. Gentopia is the best fucking thing I've ever heard Jen talk about. And I'd love to get him on here to talk about it. I digress. But I won't have these like a serious conversation with them because I know it's not going to get anywhere. So when I hear people talk to flat earthers over and over again, and I know they're doing it just so they can get to that point where they can call them stupid, it is completely useless and pointless to me. I don't think it's okay. I think it's stupid. And it's that way because that's how I was treated at certain times. And I was really about trying to figure this shit out. And so when it came down to it, or when it comes down to it, period. And I'm sure, as you guys notice on my panels that I have even to this day, I think that this conversation is owed to have a respectful conversation, because this is only a philosophical conversation. No one's life, this discussion no one's life is dependent on this shit. No one's family needs to be brought up into this shit. It doesn't, every assumption that you would have about a flat earther typically is fucking wrong, except for those handful of assholes and dumbass parents. But it's just ridiculous. Because I was trying to figure out truth. I was trying to understand what was being said and come to a rational conclusion about things. It's just ridiculous that someone can get online. Like, I don't think this way. I don't understand how someone would get online to ridicule and disrespect somebody, or think it's fucking entertaining to do it every day. To me, yeah, it's more pathetic than being a flat earther at that point, right? As pathetic as you say, as a lot of these people think flat earthers are, just think about the type of person that needs to go on every single day, because the people I'm talking about, I can show you they're there every single day, every day. And if you ask them, entertainment, talk shit, disrespect, that's what they're there for. I couldn't do that. I couldn't live my life to do that. I couldn't think I'm going to get online and just be an asshole. That would just bring me down the whole fucking day. And if you get entertainment out of people being disrespected or disrespecting, that makes you like a fucking wackadoo. It makes you fucked up in the head. Just think about that for a second. What's crazy to me, it's that bully shit. It's just taken from real life onto the internet streets. It's fucking so weird. And that was actually another conversation we were having on another panel yesterday about quote unquote keyboard warriors and shit. Think about that as well. Because I know there are some real people here, right? I know. I'm gonna tell you now, what you get here is what you would get when you meet me, or in real life. This is just how I am. I'll keep it real. I probably wouldn't talk as much. I'm not a public speaker. I don't really like people, but this is me. I can't. There is no switch that I turn on and off when I get online. I don't play a part. I don't play this game. I don't understand how that works. But for the most part, 99% of the people are like that on the internet. You will talk a big fucking game calling people's like real shit. Like you can call Jen as all the names you fucking want, but think about it in reality. And I'm being serious. If you guys were to have met for the first time, realistically, it wouldn't be like that. You'd probably shake his hand, introduce yourself. He'd introduce himself. And you guys probably have a conversation. You'd probably tell him you disagree with a lot of what he's saying for any reason. But at no point would you disrespect him. I mean, something could happen, and that I'm not saying it's impossible, but the realistic factor of it is you wouldn't act like that in front of their faces. And to me, that's where I think the line should be drawn. And if you do talk like that, or you would, then keep going. Don't stop because you think someone thinks you're a keyboard warrior. If that's how you are, that's how you are. But I promise you, I know for a fact, guarantee, I put this channel on it. I put $1 million on it. 99% of the people that do all that shit talking are fucking actual pussies. And to me, that's it's not my style. I don't think it should be anyone's style. I think it's a pathetic style, if you ask me. You're right. Exactly. Everyone online. That's weird. Oh, what's up? So, what's up, Deceptor? From Rumble. Yes, everyone. I am also streaming on Rumble, and for those listening on Rumble, my main stream is over at the YouTube. I think the link is somewhere in the description of Rumble. But welcome. I don't get too many of the Rumble viewers chatting too often. But yeah, that's one of those things that I just don't. I don't do that. I don't get it. Makes no sense to me. And it takes away from information, as far as I'm concerned. Let's do this. I wanted to play this. This is a small excerpt. This is from Arwjin's page. This is Arwjin on Jose's episode 37, View and Function. Speaking of Bob is on here. This is, I think, Dr. Bob. I'm looking at the names right now. Dr. Bob, Arwjin, Doug, Rufus, Truth, and then it says you. I'm not sure who you is. This is actually really old. This is from the Google Hangout days. But it is definitely Jose. Okay, so you would be Jose. Oh, I see Shorter's cat's name in there. Rest in peace, my friend. Miss you, buddy. And don't get me wrong. Shit talking is fun. It is. I mean, I get into it too. It happens. I get it. It is fun and it is entertaining. But that is every single day. Every day. Every single day. Every conversation. Man, what's going on in your life if that's what you strive for every day? All right, so I'm not going to play it all. Obviously, it's about an hour long. Just play enough so that I can go let my dogs out, get me a little drink of water, and then we'll keep going because I'm in no hurry to get off of here. Still a lot of topics. So go ahead and enjoy this for a second, and then we will continue on. And I didn't know this. I'll talk about it when I get done with it. I didn't know Arwjin had a brother. Anyone know that? Arwjin talked about it today. I had no clue.
Welcome, Arwjin.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for joining.
Hey, Arwjin, glad to have you here.
Oh, by the way, Trish, I got to say, about 3 or 4 days ago, we had a chat, and you were saying that the frequency of photons is somehow related to the wave function. It isn't. They're two completely separate concepts.
I think you've already said that, Ron.
I know, but not the truth seeker.
Yeah, you did say it to me, and my response was the photons don't have a wave function like you were talking about.
Hey, let's consider
the wave function from the double-slit experiment is only an apparent wave. It seems to correlate with a wave function, but it's not an actual wave. It doesn't make the light itself a wave.
Before you answer, guys, hold on really quick, Bob. Before you answer, please consider that Arwjin is the only person in the panel versus 4 of you that has an opposite point of view. So please respect and don't talk over him. And let's talk and let talk. Please let each other finish the points. That's from both sides. Carry on, guys. Welcome, Kosher.
Okay, I finished my point, but thanks.
Guys, I've just got something that I want to show you because it's just been mentioned about, trusting. I've heard it a lot, trust your senses and trust your own eyes and that kind of thing. And when I used to teach graphics in London, I used to show that people can trust their eyes, especially with color perception. And it's not like.
For the record, I now know who that is. Doug is Stingray.
You've got a problem because you're slightly color deficient in detecting a certain color with color blindness. It's no.
I'm sorry. I wanted everyone to notice something. I have this the speed of it turned up, and you can hear it in everyone's voice. But isn't it weird when Stingray talks? It sounds like he's just talking normal.
Oh, you cannot perceive color that well. You see detail, but you don't see color that well. Now I'm gonna share my screen.
Depends on the eyes.
Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'll tell you what. Let me just finish
eyes
first.
color spectrum, what they can perceive.
Absolutely not. I'm talking about genericized color. Right. So I'm going to share my screen right now.
Oh no, that is.
So what we've got here
not
is
necessarily about blindness, but about the range, the depth.
Okay, so
of colors different.
So I used to use this example, this color cube, and I used to say, what is the color at A and what is the color at B? And every single person got it wrong. So A, B, and C here are actually the same color, but we perceive that differently.
Absolutely amazing. You should expand it, make it bigger, Dean, because it's an absolutely amazing example.
Oh, I'll post the link actually, because
can you just make it bigger for everybody to see? Because it is an amazing display of how you can't trust the
Oh yeah, there we go.
No, but that's not entirely true. It's just what your eyes tell you at first glance, but that doesn't mean that you can then not actually afterward.
Well, okay, have a second. Arwjin,
All right, give me a second because I know what it is. Let me fix this real quick. Okay, give me 1 second. Because now it is Chrome that is making things all weird. There we go.
Well,
it's just that your first interpretation of your eyes may show you something different of what it actually is, but that doesn't mean that you can't confirm sight.
Completely wrong.
Camera sight.
You're completely wrong. Have a look at this image that Dean's got, and you'll see that it doesn't matter how many times you look at it, you'll get it wrong.
Yeah, Alan, I used to teach.
Only if you size it up with your eyes, you can actually isolate parts of the image and then confirm it for real. You don't have to just rely on your eyes forever.
That's the whole point.
Your eyes are not the ultimate confirmation. They're only.
That's the whole point.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah. So Alan, my point in short was, when I used to teach like visual effects and things, I used to show these examples to say, and this is actually, it's a contrived example, but it's a good indication of you do not know what the color of B is, because when you perceive it as a whole, your brain is telling you that that's some kind of weird orange that's dark. If you stare at it and single it out, you can maybe discern it. I think one in like 5 people can actually, if they stare at it and do nothing else but stare at it, and then in their peripheral see the other colors. This is what I used to teach. You can actually determine that, oh, they are, the same color. but only one in I think it was 1 in 4 in the class could do that. Whereas looking at this on a whole and just glancing at it and saying my senses tell me that that B is lighter than the A and the C is absolutely wrong, but people will swear by it. So my point is, when we use our eyes as a sensory input to say that I trust my eyes, this says don't trust your eyes.
No,
this isn't.
no, that doesn't say that at all, because this specific picture that you presented is a representation very much like a 3D object. And then there's shadow workings, and your eyes, the brain that steers your eyes takes into account the shadow workings, and that's how it sizes up the color. It doesn't actually size up the literal color. So if you're going to look at an object, you're going to interpret colors based on their position within light and shadow.
You understand too that men and women see color differently, right? You know that men and women see color differently as well, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is if that image did not represent a 3D cube, but just a surface with squares in it, you wouldn't be inclined to make that exact mistake so easily. It's only because it is an apparent 3D object with a shadow on it that you have.
That's not true.
Yeah, I got a full house. I want to introduce everybody on the panel right now. Thank you all for joining. I got currently Arwjin, Bob, Carlos, Dean, Fletcher, Cocho, The Rumpus, Truth, and Wiggles. Thank you all for joining, and thank you everybody in the chat for checking in. Carry on, guys.
See, your brain, what it does is try to use all the clues that it can to make sense out of what it's looking at.
And sometimes it's wrong.
And sometimes it's wrong. So you can't just rely on your senses. That's the point we're trying to make.
Have you guys ever seen the gorilla playing basketball experiment?
The difference is with cameras is that you can actually measure the result with the camera. You don't have to size it up with your own interpretation like your eyes.
Sure.
So
Yes,
for the
they are.
interpretation to be analyzed
That's
piece
the
by
point.
piece.
The point being made here is you can't trust your senses.
No, you can trust your senses. You just can't
You're not
trust
saying
the
the opposite to
interpretation
yourself.
that your brain gives at first hand to those senses.
Well, you can't distinguish between the two.
But your senses are
Your
actually
senses are
right.
connected to your brain. The only thing you get in your brain is the result of processing by the senses and the eyes. You can't distinguish between them.
No, that's not true.
It's not true. How can you get?
I can train my own brain
How can you
to
not
turn
use your
off
brain
the
to deal-
automatic interpretation of my eyes.
The only thing you can do is
Hey,
use
let
your brain.
Arwjin
You
answer.
can't bypass.
Let Arwjin say his point, I guess.
But he did say it.
Right.
I wasn't allowed to refute him.
That mechanism can be turned off if you are conscious of it and can train
You can
it.
switch off your brain.
I can switch it off. I can switch off my automatic assumption of an actual 3D object with real lighting and shadows here and just see what the actual color is by isolating it specifically in the way my eyes see it.
Right,
and
so
just see what the
two
actual
seconds.
color is.
Yeah,
So I can
2
turn
seconds.
that mechanism off.
Before anybody else adds to this, Arwjin is actually correct because I've got first-hand experience of this. Like when I used to say to students, I used to have a class of 12 doing this course. I think probably about 2 or 3 out of the 10 or 12, it depends what class size it was, could actually stare at, like I said at the beginning, they could stare at that center cube and then determine in the peripheral that they are all the same color. But it was only 3 that could do it out of those 10 or 12. I can't remember. I did many courses. But however,
It's
my
something
point
you
was,
need to learn. It's something you specifically need to consciously learn to do. Otherwise, you're just going to be using the
there are
mechanism.
some people, yeah, I agree with you that it's possible for some, Arwjin, but not all. So my point there was more a case of sensors shouldn't be taken, as the, the ultimate, because I can show you other examples that would fool even those 3. And I'll have a look for some actually.
But now you're ascribing it to sensors or sensory, and this is not about sensory. This is about the automatic interpretation process of your brain of the senses,
But
not
your
the
brain-
senses
your-
themselves.
But your brain is the one that processes the information, and then you interpret it.
That's what I said. But it's not about the senses. It's about the mechanism that is a relay between your senses and your conscious brain.
Why would that
It's an
mechanism
automatic first. It's like an editor. It's an editor that
So
works
what?
out the image,
So what?
so you can so you don't have to focus every time you look at something.
So flat earthers are the only ones that have that. Okay.
Hey, Arwjin, you mind if I ask you a quick question before I have to go see somebody and go on mute?
Sure.
All right. Were you on the call the other day with Nathan and Wiggles where they were talking about the Toronto skyline?
Probably.
I was
Yeah.
wondering if you could clear something up for me.
Okay.
Now, they were taking a photograph of Toronto at 37 miles, and Nathan was going on about optics and the Rayleigh criteria.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if you could explain that a little bit, and how much of a difference would the Rayleigh criteria make at that distance? Have you guys figured?
Depends on the observer height, but it always does. But
No.
it very much depends on the observer height.
Absolutely not.
It
Now-
really becomes relevant the moment that the observer height is quite small in relation to the distance of the surface you're looking over.
Where's the angle that you're looking at that forms the critical angle? Is it coming out of your eye from top to bottom, or is it a different angle? I mean, is it the angle from
It's an angle. It doesn't really
formed by
matter.
your
Which one.
eye?
It's the angle. It's the angle between the eye and the actual object.
Top and bottom, right?
What do you mean, top and bottom?
Well, if I look from my eye to the bottom of a building and then I look at the top of a building, I'm forming an angle with my eye, correct? Is that the critical angle that you're talking about?
It's about the angle in relation to the surface in relation to the distance of the surface you're looking over. So the more steeper the angle becomes, the less likely it is to become obstructed by the Rayleigh's criteria. It's about a certain critical minimum angle.
Okay, so the angle that you're talking about would be formed by the ground, a line going along the ground to the base of the building, and then the angle would be the line from the base of the building up to your eye?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
You know that's not right, right? The Rayleigh
No.
criteria only refers to the angle of your vision. It's telling two different things apart. You know that's the Rayleigh criteria, right? The ability to tell two
Well,
things.
sorry if I haven't described it exactly correct, but that's how I understand it. It's about a minimum critical angle.
Okay,
But
what
you're
I'm
not
telling
describing the angle
okay.
well, Arwjin.
Yeah, what I'm trying to tell you, Arwjin, is that you're not describing the correct angle. The angle is the angle formed by your eye, and it is the ability to tell two objects apart as you're looking at them. So, for example, I do some shooting, and I shoot at targets that are 100 yards away from me, or 100 meters, if you would. With my naked eye, the Rayleigh criteria would allow me to tell the difference between two lights an inch apart on that target. But if they were slightly less than half an inch apart, I could not tell them. I could not tell that they were two distinct lights. They would appear to be one. That's the Rayleigh criteria.
Okay, so it's a resolution.
It's a resolution between
Angle.
two objects.
So
And
it's about the resolution versus the angle then.
correct. And if
Alright.
you look at the angle that's formed by your eye, between your eye and those two dots on that target, that forms an angle. You understand? Now,
yeah.
The critical point on that angle, there's a formula, but you can look at it as 20 to 30 arc seconds, which is a little bit less than half a degree. Now, or a little less than half a minute of angle, I should say. Now, a minute of angle at 100 yards is 1.04 inches. Okay, so if you're looking across Lake Ontario at the CN Tower, you're looking at 25 to 30 arc seconds. Now, that means that you cannot tell the difference between two objects that are about, let's say, 30 feet apart. They would appear to
Depending
be
on the
one.
resolution of the observer.
No, that's your eye. At that distance, it would be 30 feet apart. You cannot tell two objects as separate objects.
Right, but with the camera with a higher resolution, you could.
Yes. So what we're dealing with is, if you add a zoom camera to that, you're actually making that number smaller. You can tell things that are maybe 5 feet apart. You understand that that's what zoom does, right? So as long as the top and the bottom of the CN Tower is more than 30 feet apart, and that tower is 1,400 something feet tall, the Rayleigh criteria doesn't even come into play. That's something that Nathan seems to really misunderstand.
Well, that depends on if there's stuff going to be in between. Because
no, but he's saying Rayleigh criteria.
Everything in between can. Yeah, but no, but the Rayleigh criteria is not the only factor.
I understand that, but that is the Rayleigh criteria. So what I'm trying to tell you right now, and I'm, as you can tell, I'm talking to you like I'm being nice. I'm not berating you or anything.
Are you going to get to a point, or?
Yeah, I'm getting to the point that unless you're dealing with an object less than 30 feet tall at 37 miles, the Rayleigh criteria has no bearing on the curve calculator or anything else. Now, as you point out, refraction does have some bearing on it. You can have obstruction in the atmosphere, but Rayleigh doesn't have anything to do with it. No, Rayleigh doesn't have anything to do with an object more than 30 feet tall at 37 miles. You can easily tell the difference between the top and the bottom of the CN Tower. The Rayleigh criteria is not even remotely close to that.
Correct.
That's what I'm telling you. So I don't understand why they keep criteria.
That's not the only factor.
That's his big thing, and he's berating. He went on.
But it's true. It's not the only factor.
It's not a factor at all.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Are you denying that it's something?
Guys,
you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
yeah,
of course
but you see, the thing that I heard on Wiggles was that they were berating him because the Rayleigh criteria, which makes things quote unquote disappear, is not in the curve calculator. It's not in the curve calculator because it has no bearing on it.
Neither is perspective.
Sure it is.
Oh, really? Where?
Of course.
Afterward, after the literal height has been determined in the observation, even though the calculator can't have a viewing function because it doesn't actually take into account perspective.
Tell me the two different ways that you look at perspective. All right. One is
It's optics.
objects get
It's a
smaller.
view. So all
Hold
things
on, hold on.
relating to viewing functions must be taken into account for.
All right.
Otherwise, you can't use that system for
Arwin,
a
I'm going to
viewing
ask you.
function.
I'm going to ask you again, and I just want to do this nicely. There are two things that you look at with perspective. When you're looking out, objects get smaller as they go away from you, right? You agree with that? They appear smaller. So if I have a 100-foot tall building at a mile, and I have a 200-foot tall building at 2 miles, they'll both appear to be the same size, even though the farther building is bigger, right? Now, if you look at that from the side and connect a line from your eye to the top of the first building, it will also hit the top of the second building. That's called an orthographic view, right?
Yeah.
The curve calculator is using an orthographic view, but if you look at, say, Bison's calculator, where it shows you what would appear to be to your eye, that definitely includes perspective from that
From the
aspect.
side. Yeah, but
Correct.
that's the thing. It's
Yeah,
from the
that's
side,
perspective.
it's going to look completely different as from the actual viewer. So you can't
Correct.
use an orthographic view to calculate the
Why can't you?
apparent angular height, literally, which is what you see
That's
with
exactly
your
how
eyes.
No, there's no
And
angular
not
height.
literal height.
Angular size. That's a big mistake right there. There's no such thing as angular height.
Big mistake. Angular size, angular height doesn't matter. It's about
Does
the
matter.
angular
No,
effect. Yeah.
that's a misconception. But
It's
that's the
not.
height
You
is the
don't
only
see
one
in
that changes.
literal heights.
All right,
So
Carl,
shut up,
can I
Carlos.
ask you
You
a
don't
quick
see in
question?
literal heights. That's the point.
Can I ask you that question then again? Now, if you have a building that's 100 feet high, that's a mile away, and a building that's 200 feet high, 2 miles away, you agree that they will both appear to be the same size, right? To your eye.
Not exactly, but they will seem more similar. Yeah.
And if you draw a line from your eye to the top of the first building and continue that on, it will hit the top of the second building because the angular size is exactly the same, right?
No, it won't actually.
All
In
right.
reality, it won't.
Would you like
Yeah.
to see? Would you like me
I've
to
seen it
demonstrate
demonstrate.
that for
I've
you?
seen that exact setup demonstrated.
All right, I'm going to
And
go ahead.
it doesn't actually line up perfectly.
I'm going to go ahead and show you this so that you can see it very clearly, because this may be something that you're not real familiar with.
Yeah, I am. I just mentioned I've seen an actual
All right.
miniature setup. with
That's
this
not
effect,
what I'm talking about.
And it doesn't line up because of perspective, even though the
Let him
object
show you,
twice as
Arwin. He's
far
trying
away
to
is
show you
exactly
something.
twice the size. It doesn't actually
Arwin.
perfectly line up. So
Let him show you.
If you want to show me something, go right ahead. I'm going to pull this up real quick.
Sorry, Bob. I thought you were going to show him something. I was saying you were trying to show him something. He wasn't
Yeah.
listening to you.
All right, hang on just a second. I'm just trying to pull up the right video or the right graphic here so that he can clearly see it.
Okay, while you're doing that, I
Oh,
can just show. I can
by
just
the
show
way-
you this cube thing. I've got a little.
Right.
I took that little snapshot of
cool.
and you can see here the.
All right, that's
the
what I
cube.
want. All right, I
Before
found
we
one.
continue, I would like to share that weirdly enough, I'm actually doing this hangout on Firefox. I didn't even think that was possible, but apparently it's
You
working.
have my respect, sir.
Yeah,
It
he's
was by
getting
accident,
issues.
but-
Yeah, so Google is
That's the
working,
man.
All
but Firefox is good, I guess. Yeah, good.
Do you see that? Do you see that picture right there?
Yep,
Yeah.
we can see that.
All right. Now this is what's called a mil-dot scope.
Didn't even think that was possible, but apparently it's
You
working.
have my respect, sir.
Yeah,
It
he's
was by
getting
accident,
issues.
but-
Yeah, so Google is
That's the
working,
man.
All
but Firefox is good, I guess. Yeah, good.
Do you see that? Do you see that picture right there?
Yep,
Yeah.
we can see that.
All right. Now this is what's called a mil-dot scope.
Shoot him.
How far away is he?
I have no idea.
Well, I do, and I can tell you why. Now, you see these different dots right here.
You
Now, the way a mil-dot scope works is that at 1,000 yards, that is 1 yard. Okay.
Right.
Now,
so you try to size
look
up what you think is a yard.
Is the
Well,
scope thing? Is the scope thing fixed, Bob? Is that always the same magnification?
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be, but you have to know the scope. There are two ways that the scopes work. Either one, they have fixed mil dots, and they only work at maximum magnification, or
Right.
that will actually change in size. It depends on whether or not it's a type 1 or a type 2 scope.
The thing with the radical is fixed, correct?
Yeah, but that's the. Let's just go over how the mil dots are used.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll get it right now. All right, I gotta go.
On feet. What is a yard in feet?
3 feet.
3 feet. So this person is 3, 6, 9, like 12 foot tall. Thank you.
Good point, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, I'll be
Sure.
right with you.
Nice to know.
All
Very
right.
interesting.
All right, no, Arwin, here's where you need to understand. So 1, 2 dots, it would be 6 feet at 1,000 yards, right? Correct?
I don't really care at this point. I don't.
Well, then
this is just this is really nice information, but it's a complete red herring to what we were actually talking about.
Well,
That
I'm sorry
is
that you feel that way,
that
but
the,
may I
that
finish
the
that?
calculator for curvature
May I
completely
finish,
lacks
please, Arwjin?
perspective and therefore cannot perform a viewing function.
May
And
I
this has
finish,
nothing
Arwjin?
to do with that.
Finish
So,
this little point, Bob. Yeah, take a minute because I want to know, because if you say one point to another is 3 yards, this person is 12 foot tall. Please explain to me.
No, you can change it to 2 dots.
Please.
Everyone's 2 feet. He's saying in effect.
Everyone's 3 feet. All right,
So
may I
red
finish, please? I've got to go. All right. So we know that at 1,000 yards, this would be 6 feet right here. But he's twice that size. So how far away is he? He's 500 yards away, right?
Yep.
That, my friend Arwjin, is perspective. And that is viewing angle. And that is how we use viewing angle.
yeah, sure, but not in a perspective hijacking curvature calculator.
All right. But you see, it doesn't have anything to do with that. But that is
Yeah, it does. Because a curvature calculator is a viewing function calculator.
It's not.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is. It's
No,
been
it
used
isn't.
like that
Where's
all the
view?
time.
Arwjin,
Yes,
where is
it's
the view
used
in
like
the
that
Metabunk
all the time.
Arwjin, where is the view in the Metabunk calculator? There is no view presented of the image you're looking at. It does
Exactly.
Not,
That's
not,
the point,
it,
Rumpus.
so
That's the point. It can't be used for a viewing function.
It did a
purely theoretical function
It does not
based on the
perform a viewing
presupposition that you're on a
and you
globe.
just said it did, so you're wrong.
No, I didn't. You didn't hear it right. I have.
okay,
I haven't
so
said
are
it.
you
I
agreed
did.
then?
I said it
Are you
didn't, and
agreed?
I have said it
Okay,
already
all right,
4
okay.
times since I joined.
Okay, so you were all agreed then that the Earth curve calculator, such as the Metabunk one, let's stick with the Metabunk one, does not perform a viewing function.
That's
Therefore,
right.
Right, in which case it does not perform a perspective operation. It doesn't need to.
No, it does. If you're going to use it
No,
to
because
actually
only
measure
you
out
for
what you're going to be
perspective,
seeing, it will
you
require a
only
viewing
use-
function.
Hold on,
That's
Alex,
the
really
point.
quick, really quick. Bob, Bob, can you drop from the call? If there's still room, please rejoin. But I need room for more people if somebody want to join. Bob, if you're still listening, please drop.
Hey, I'm on. I haven't talked. I'll drop.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. I want to leave room open just in case somebody else want to join.
Right, let's make this clear. The Earth curve calculators return the hidden value norm is the most significant thing they return. That is not a perspectivized thing. It does not provide a viewing. It does not provide a viewing operation. It doesn't need to. It returns an absolute value for what is missing. It does not attempt to generate an image. Hold on. It does not generate an image. Therefore, it does not need to account for perspective.
Yeah. So then you don't account for perspective. You get this high differential, and then you go into a photo and actually compare the results, thus applying a viewing function with the results.
And here's the bit
no. Let that sink in for a moment. You take the result from the calculator, and then you compare it with a photograph, thus applying a viewing function.
I'm going to give you an answer for that. What you do when you do, Arwjin, when you do the image analysis, you use information in the image to work out the absolute size of the thing you're looking at. So you do not need to do any perspective calculations at all. I'll demonstrate how you can do this live if you like.
That is
ridiculous. For instance, that picture that Bob just showed you, you can, if you know, for instance, that man is 6 feet high, you can say, right, that's the number of your scraping wiggles you're eating on here.
Not me, but you're not actually using. You're not using the. No, hold on. You hold on. You're not using photographs. To take up their literal sizes, you use a photograph to identify locations, and then you look up the data on the internet. You don't size up the objects in photographs. You just use it to identify things that you can then look up on the internet to make sure what the actual height is. Don't extrapolate that from the photograph, Rumpus.
Listen, you won't understand. And here's the thing that you, Nathan, Anthony, and everybody else doesn't understand. Is that picture, for instance, that Bob provided, what you do is you say, aha, I happen to know that man is 6 feet tall. So you then know in the image that you're looking at how many absolute feet or meters there are in the picture that equates to a pixels. So what you do in the picture is you work out, oh, look, that's 6 feet high. And so then you know what the absolute distance is in the image. So you then take the information you've got from the Earth curve calculator. Because you know the man.
How did you know it was 6 feet high?
Because you know the man's 6 feet high. In this particular case,
right. So you didn't get that from the photo.
No,
you got it from elsewhere. You didn't actually get the data from the photo.
You did. This is your confusion.
No, it's not. It's your confusion. You're constantly.
Listen, Arwjin, you really need to try to listen.
You're
We know that
red
that image-
herring
oh,
the
and you
shit
really
out of
need
the
to try and
argument.
listen to understand what's going on.
No,
here.
I do understand what's
No, you
going on. Don't
No, you
patronize me,
don't.
Rumpus.
No, you
I know
don't.
exactly what's going on.
Okay,
You're red
guys.
herring the shit out of this argument.
Okay, guys, no shouting. Hold on, Rumpus. Hold on, Rumpus. Really quick, yeah. I want to get this back on track. There was very,
I'm trying to give an
yeah.
explanation.
I'm trying to get this out. There was a very civil discussion going. Please, Rumpus, try to make your point on point. Don't go around
I'm
for
trying
too
to, but
long.
Arwjin
Arwjin, please hold it for a second. Let him get his thought out, his question. Rumpus, don't go freaking long-winded. You know it, bro. Go ahead.
Right. So you do not need to work out any perspective thing from the Earth curve calculator. It'll say something like, if imagine we're looking at a building, it says there's 40 feet missing of a building or a wind turbine or whatever. You then go to the picture, you then find some feature of the picture where you can work out what 40 feet means. And then you say, right, having worked out what 40 feet is from image analysis, in the case of that one with the man, you can say he's 6 feet high. So you could then end up with an absolute dimension. So then you've got two absolute dimensions to play with. One you worked out just from the picture, nothing to do with the Earth curve calculator, and you have an absolute dimension you've got from the Earth curve calculator, and so you can then use the absolute dimension you've got from the Earth curve calculator in your picture. At no stage have you had to do a perspective operation. Do you understand?
All right, let him answer now. Please stay. Hold your horses now.
You haven't actually done anything yet. You haven't actually concluded to do something with it yet. So,
So you
yeah,
didn't
as long as you're
understand.
just going to measure
Okay,
the
let me
data,
show you
yeah,
an
you're not
example.
performing viewing
It's
function,
Arwin's turn,
you're
I
just
think.
doing an analysis.
Well, he just said he didn't understand, so that's why I assumed.
Yeah, I did understand.
No, you
Stop
didn't. No, you didn't.
patronizing
No, you
me,
didn't understand.
Rumpus.
Okay, right, here we go. Here's something. Here's to show you how to do it. I've got an example here. Hopefully, let's do it with these wind turbines. Right, can you see these wind turbines?
Yeah.
Is that presenting? Hopefully. Right, here we go. So this is what you do, and this is what Nathan, Anthony Riley, all the flat earthers don't understand. So here, for instance, I happen to know that these wind turbines are 90 meters from the nacelle down to the base. So I now know the absolute dimensions of things in this picture. So I can say, right, and I also would need, if I was going to use the Earth curve calculator, how far it was away to this particular wind turbine. Now, I don't happen to have that information here, but let's imagine I happen to know, I think it's about 20 miles, that LK took this photograph, I could find out what the absolute distance is to this wind turbine. I then know that this 90 meters is equal to a certain number of pixels on the screen. So what I would then do, hold on, I haven't finished yet.
No, not hold on. You're misleading the audience. You're misleading the audience. I will not stand for this. The wind turbines in the back are smaller, and you're all making them look exactly the same size.
You get a chance in a second, Arwin.
Okay, Rumpus, but understand, if he got a point, just back and forward. Don't keep, talking like, yeah.
I mean, let
the discussion roll. Let the discussion roll. If he got a point, let him present his point, and then you continue.
Well, I'm about to make the key point here. So if I go over to the Earth curve calculator, and it tells me for this particular wind turbine that I should be missing, say, 50 feet. I can then do image analysis and I say, well, that's 90 feet. I can then work out the 50 feet slightly more. And I can say, yes, the Earth curve calculator has given me a value of 50 feet in absolute dimensions, nothing to do with perspective. And for my image analysis, I've worked out what 50 feet meters should be, and they're the same. At no stage has the Earth curve calculator had to do a perspective transformation. Finished. Did you understand what I said?
Yeah.
Great.
Bullshit.
In which case, then you know you're wrong. Excellent.
No, you're wrong, and you're bullshitting me, and I'm not falling for it.
Okay, give us a rebuttal.
So what did I get wrong? Hold on. What in what I just said? If any part of it was wrong.
You're making claims. You don't need it, but you do. Every time you do. When you're actually gonna make a calculation that results in an analysis of what you're supposed to be seeing, you are performing a viewing function. Whether you start out with that or not.
No, you don't understand.
That's the result. So you're going to be needing perspective, all the other optics effects. And you're not. That's the calculator isn't doing that.
No, the camera has done the perspective calculation. Do you disagree then that I can work out how much of this thing is missing from this image analysis? Can you see how I can do that? By knowing that this image, that this wind turbine is 90 meters tall from its architectural drawings, I can then say this many pixels from here to here are 90 meters. Do you understand that?
But I understand that is what you are assuming.
No.
I know what you're
that I know from here to here from the architectural drawings are 90 meters. I therefore now know the number of pixels that make up 90 meters. Therefore, I can work out the absolute size of the missing part of the word wind turbine by doing it as a proportion of this 90 meters. So then I end up with an absolute
You're estimating it, but you're not taking into account the miraging zones that distort it all and all that. So you're just doing wet finger work here.
What, Dean?
Rumpus, I just want to ask Arwin a question, because I can see what you're both kind of getting at, and I just want to ask Arwin a straight out question.
Sure.
Arwin, with what Rumpus said, is working out the amount that should be occluded based on the Earth curve calculator. Now, are you maintaining that if we account for any variances in perspective, that occlusion will also have a variance? As in, it could go from 50 to 40, from 40 to 60. It depends on perspective. Is that your assertion?
Well, perspective requires a different approach using angular size. So whatever's going to be the result, if you're going to use it to basically predict what you're going to see, you're going to have to turn it out in angular sizes.
Yeah, awesome. So what you're saying
not in
there
actual sizes. So there's going to be a viewing function involved. Yeah.
Listen to this. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Rampus. So wait a minute. So my question then is simply this: if I have a 100-meter tall structure, it doesn't matter what it is, and the Earth curve calculator says the occluded part of this, what's going to be below the horizon line, is 50% of it. If I have a fixed camera, is there any way that perspective is going to change that occlusion value of 50% hidden? Yes or no?
Well, if you're going to use the curvature calculator in the first place to calculate an horizon, which is an apparent phenomena and not a physical phenomena, right? So it's optics related. You started out wrong anyway. You're already calculating a viewing function.
I'm on about geometry and math more than I am physicality at the moment. I'm saying, when you say a perspective operation, do you mean that the perspective operation is going to alter the fact that, well, the assumption that 50% of this 100-meter tall object is changed based on perspective variance? Because in maths, that just is not true.
But not alone. Not alone. There's
Arwjin,
more elements to optics.
How is the top of the building different than the bottom as far as perspective?
Well, the viewing angle to it is much wider, so it's much less
Well,
likely
no, what
to
viewing
fall underneath some kind of obstruction due to vast distance.
What viewing angle? The viewing angle from the
Of
bottom
the viewer, of the
to
viewer.
top? Okay. What makes a difference between the bottom half of that angle and the top half of the angle?
It's simple. The bottom half is a lower viewing angle.
All right, if I
much lower, much lower. Unless you're going to be taking the photograph from exactly the same height as the building. And it's a different story.
Can I finish my point? I don't think Arwjin's understood half of what I said.
No, I did. Stop patronizing me, Rampus.
Arwjin, do you understand?
Don't patronize me. If you're going to start out addressing me in a patronizing way, I'm going to just troll you.
Arwjin, can you not see that I can calculate what the size of this pink area is in absolute meters? Can you see that I can work that out?
Yeah, it's really nice for you.
Yeah, right. So that means I can work in absolute meters this value here, the hidden value. And this, in this case, is just over half the height of this. So I therefore know that this is about 50 meters. So then I have a value for the hidden from the image analysis, which has not required me to do any work with perspective. So I now know that the picture is telling me that 50 meters of the wind turbine is missing. So I then go to the Earth curve calculator and I type in the distance to the wind turbine and my altitude, and then I say, oh, what does that return to me? And if it returns to me the value of 50 meters, the Earth curve calculator and the image agree with one another, and therefore you know that the Earth curve then you know that the Earth curve calculator is correct. And at no point,
it's not, because you're using it for a viewing function. You can calculate actual heights, extrapolating that from a...
Wow, thank you very much, James Mayers, for the super chat. I really appreciate it, James. Thank you very much for your support, brother. Appreciate it.
Not just some literal height. No, you have finished your point, and I'm finishing you. Because I'm sick of your bullshit and your patronizing crap.
I know you try and don't like it, but then
because you're talking crap.
Having established that the Earth curve calculator and the image analysis agree, I've not had to do any perspective calculations at all because the camera has done that in producing the image. The camera
doesn't do that. You're calculating it. Camera doesn't calculate that. That's you doing it.
Therefore, I have agreement between the picture and the Earth curve calculator, and I therefore verify the Earth curve calculator.
It's really nice that your perspective hijacking curve calculator turned out the same result as an actual image, despite it lacking an actual viewing function, which is what it was designed for, to exclude perspective and replace all those geometrical effects that come from optics with an apparent curvature. That's exactly what it was designed for. You can't bullshit your way out of this.
I don't think you're going to get anywhere with this.
The final punchline, though, the final punchline is that the Earth curve calculator only needs to return the absolute value in meters of what's hidden, and my image analysis here also returns the absolute value in meters, and then I can compare the two and verify them. At no stage has anybody had to do a perspective calculation because that's what the camera has done.
Yeah, Rumpus, you had your gig, and I want to hear a little bit. I haven't heard Wiggles or Uber Flat Earth. You know, if you guys want to chime in, please
It's
feel
so simple.
You can take any image. You can take any image, calculate the actual height, and then assume its curvature. That's really nice, and the calculator will back you up. But the calculator's model is based on actual sizes and lacks a viewing function capability. So it's a false equivalence. It's just an apparent correlation. It's not proof of actual curvature because the calculator lacks viewing function.
It doesn't need to. You didn't understand a single thing I said, did you?
I've got a question here for Arwjin, because I'm still a little bit confused about his. Oh, good word. I'm a little confused about his perspective on this. So, with that object that Rampus has got on the screen, the turbine in the distance, and let's just take one of them. To what degree do you think perspective's got anything to do with working out its height, and how much should be how much should be hidden? Because obviously the perspective is based.
If you're going to look it up based on what you think you're looking at, then you're going to look up the height. You're not actually going to extrapolate that from the photograph or image itself.
So, okay, sorry. Can I ask you a question?
People rarely actually do that.
Yeah,
they look it up and then they compare it.
I just want to ask you a question. What creates perspective, or how do we? What is it that whereby we perceive perspective?
Optics. It's the nature of light and the way eyes work.
Right. Is there lenses, and what particular part about the lens element and the sensor creates that perspective?
Well, my own personal insight doesn't reach far enough to be able to explain that.
So it's focal. It's actually optical focal length. So it's the distance from which the lens element is away from the thing that's going to interpret it, a sensor or the back of your eye. Now, obviously, you're talking about angular size here, and that's absolutely correct. But what I'm going to ask you is, what is the difference between the top and the bottom of that object at that distance in angular size? Because perspective would dictate that the angular size, for perspective to come into it, the angular size would be significantly different. But at that distance, you're on about a fraction of a degree in angular difference. So the size differential based on perspective is inconceivable to the human brain on a single object or building. Do you understand that?
No, I don't. But what I do know is that despite the angular size is just one thing, it's the most direct thing of the perspective concept, but it's not the only thing. There's still the Rayleigh criteria, there's the limited viewing angle, all of these things, all combined, make actual sight. Not
change.
just
I don't affect any of this. Completely and utterly irrelevant. Every one of the things you said.
It is not only.
All right. Okay. I'm actually enjoying listening to that, and we're gonna do a lot more. I got actually have a lot of Jose's old panel stuff to probably start listening to, so you guys can see how the conversations are the same from 5 years ago. But I if you did see in the chat, I have received an email from Duffy, from the email that I sent just a little while ago. The conversation is still going. I'll say that starting off. So I sent him an email before. Saw a couple typos for probably why I didn't get a response. So I emailed him at the beginning, 10:24 my time. So almost 2 hours ago, I emailed him and I said, is there a chance maybe you could send the contract you're wanting Jaren and Witsit to sign? He actually responded immediately. I didn't see it until just a second ago when I was checking. He said, before I answer, did they speak about it recently? I said, just in that Witsit has some issues with it, but hasn't been specific on what part exactly. He responds pretty quickly. So because I missed it from earlier, got my eye singled out on my emails. So if I do get something, hang on. All right, respond to a text message. I apologize. I'm keeping my eye on it right now because I would like, that'd be pretty badass if we could get the deets on that so we could look at it. I don't know how that works on his end. I think it'd be fucking awesome. That'd be awesome if we could do it right now. I was gonna start winding down, but I'm not winding down at all. If I can be the first to show the contract, that'd be badass. Then again, it could be one of those situations where it's like he's willing to, but doesn't want it out there. I don't know. I'm not sure. That's why I don't know how it sounds. When he says, before I answer, did they speak about it recently? Means to me that, I don't know. That could be a lot of things, right? It could be like in the contract. It could be like states that you can't talk about. It's like Fight Club. I don't know. That'd be pretty cool, though. I do appreciate how quick they are in responding. But that I wanted to say that I'll go ahead and play this and keep my eye on my emails, and then let you guys know the second I get an email back. Because, like I said, he responds actually pretty damn quick. And then we'll see where that goes. Because to be honest, I will ask. Get it, Will Duffy? Ask. I want to ask him maybe for another interview because I have more questions. And again, like I said, you got to figure out what's going on. I mean, where does the commitment side of this become an issue for us to push on him? So this is just a thought. Just a thought. But yeah, I'll go ahead and keep playing this. Lori, what'd you say? It says, speaking of Duffy, if you got the chance to go to Antarctica, would you go? Abso-fucking-lutely. I think I would go. But that is definitely a spur of the moment answer. But I also instantly got reasons that I probably wouldn't want to go. That is around Christmas, shit like that. I don't know. Yeah, I would go. That is a hell of an experience. I wouldn't want to pass that up. Absolutely, I think I would. But I've also put myself in that situation as well. If I was Witsit, I would. If I was Witsit, I would want to do like a contract on my side. Nerd said, if you had stayed in Flat Earth, then you could go now. I know, right? Damn. Yeah, if I was a flat earther and I had that opportunity, I'd absolutely would go. Especially because a lot of you guys don't, and I think Lori does. When I was a flat earther, I didn't get along with just like I butt heads with Globers on certain topics and shit like that. I used to butt heads with flat earthers because I as weird as a truth it sounds when a truther says this, I am here for truth. I am absolutely here to have a better understanding and let my brain try to sort out information to understand. So when it comes down to things, I love to hear both sides. I have very back and forth thoughts on things because the way I think about things, the way things are presented to me, which is a really big deal, right? Do make me go down different logic paths about how my conclusion should end up. So yeah, I mean, it's not a problem. Let me go ahead and like I said, I'm kind of got eyes down. Let me see how much is left. Actually, it's not very much. We've actually played a lot of it. Let's go ahead and see what else is going on. And I will keep my eye on this email. Like I said, I'm not going anywhere. I'd like to see where this contract conversation with Will Duffy and my emails ends up. So let's go ahead and do this.
Perspective, angular size. What else? What else is taking?
I just said that. I'm not going to repeat myself like within 10 seconds.
Drivel.
So the point was, I think, the Rayleigh thing and perspective, but both of those are absolutely insignificant at this distance, which is the problem that I've got.
Dean, did you understand?
It depends on the viewer height.
Because the sort of questions you were asking are.
It is very irrelevant to the viewer height. It all depends on the viewer height.
That's what you're saying makes complete sense, yeah.
Dean, did you understand what I said? Here, I explained how this works.
No, absolutely yes. But what I'm saying is,
right, the point you raised with Arwjin were completely irrelevant to the points that I've made here.
No, I think what his problem is, he's wanting to bring perspective into it for the determination of the size of an object there, and obviously that's based on the relative angle to size.
We're getting all, but sorry, Dean. Can you not see that if you know the number of pixels in a particular part of a picture that represents an absolute height, you don't need to worry about angular size or anything else?
No, I know that. I absolutely know that. What I'm saying is perspective doesn't play a part in any kind of calculation at this distance of an object.
It is if you're going to use it for a viewing function. Yeah, it is.
Do you appreciate that?
Yeah, it is. No, hold on. Let me explain to you exactly why. Very simple. It's going to take 1 minute. 1 minute only. No, we've heard enough of you. I'm going to explain to you exactly what's the problem in 1 minute.
You've been speaking.
1 minute.
You've been speaking.
1 minute. Shut up, Rumpus. It's my turn now. 1 minute.
On a number of pixels for an absolute height under the camera is done the perspective.
The fuck up. I have 1 minute.
Oh no, I get down from Dean.
1 freaking minute, Rumpus.
Okay, so now you make
1 minute. Let me talk for 1 minute. Shut up.
You're entirely correct, and like you've made complete sense. So I think explaining the thing like maybe a fourth or fifth time is not going to really change Arwjin's point.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because it's still bullshit. It's still bullshit. If you're going to use actual heights in a calculation, that's really nice. Then you can see the actual heights and the relations of the actual heights. But if you're then going to claim that those heights and some kind of angle differences and geometry in relation to each other from that view, from that non-perspective view. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Then, if you are going to use the data from that to compare to an actual photograph, then you are trying to perform a viewing function.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I have like a different way of thinking.
Because that thing you calculated, that side view, is actual sizes, and the geometrical relations between those actual sizes, you can't apply that on viewing function because there are other factors at play.
Yet they match.
Can't be displayed in an orthographic view. It can be displayed. You can't even technically do that in an orthographic.
Can you not see that we know the absolute height of the amount of this wind turbine's missing just by doing image analysis? Can you not see that I can work out there's 50 meters missing here? Can you not see that?
Red herring.
Do you understand from this picture I can work out...
Red herring.
No, but do you
Why don't you actually respond to what I just explained?
Do you understand?
Why don't you just respond to what I just explained? You told me this shit over and over again. Just shut the fuck up and stop repeating this shit. I already said, I know, I heard you. And then I explained why it's completely irrelevant. I'm sick of this shit, Rumpus.
I haven't had to create angles, have I? I've just ended up with a result in meters. And that's
I know, that's really nice. But if you're then going to use that in a perspective hijacking calculator, if you're going to use the extrapolated actual sizes in that calculator, it's going to display a geometry of what you're seeing. And that is false because it lacks all the viewing functions. So you can't use it.
It doesn't generate your viewing
You can't use it for a viewing function. You can only get the actual relations between all the objects from the orthographic view. You can't then use that to compare to actual optics, to actual sight, to a photograph, to what you see.
Arwjin, what is the
it lacks viewing function naturally.
Arwjin, what is the orthographic view used for in perspective?
Design. It's not used in perspective. It's never used in perspective. It's only used for design, to display actual sizes, which is very handy for architects and designers.
Okay, and how is that different than reality?
It lacks perspective and viewing function.
Is the orthographic view perspective?
No, it's not. It's used for actual sizes. It's much handier
Thank you
for
very much,
design and architecture to get the actual sizes right. You can't use a design drawing to show somebody exactly how something actually looks like. Because then you have to draw a perspective, including drawing.
Arwjin,
an actual sight, an actual emulation of how it would look like. Because designer drawings are orthographic and they lack viewing function. You can never show a designer's drawing that will look exactly like the thing it's going to be designed. It never will.
Talking and repeating the same thing. Now, until you learn how perspective actually works, you are not an expert in perspective.
Don't patronize me, shithead.
Arwjin, let Bob do a rebuttal, please.
Yeah, shithead. Until you understand, I just been freaking explaining it to you. Don't freaking patronize me. I'm sick of that shit.
The only thing that you've explained is that you don't know what it is.
No, I do know what it is, and I know exactly what it is, and I explained it multiple times, told you why these things are the way they are. Don't freaking patronize.
You don't even understand trigonometry. We've demonstrated this.
You freaking asshole.
Good. Okay, let people.
Well, there's such thing as math anxiety, and I mean, like, I think flat earther chat rooms math anxiety is very high.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, he doesn't understand the argument.
Shut up! I understand.
Yeah,
perfectly.
Rumpus, yeah.
The one that's actually using
Shout out to Mr.
perspective
Green.
hijacking calculator to calculate a viewing function, which is retarded.
Arwin, let people do a rebuttal to your.
Rumpus,
Okay,
hold on, really quick. Let me get in really quick. Rumpus, yeah, that was a little out of place because he said he doesn't understand this and that, but he's right here and you're interacting with him. Don't say what he does or he doesn't understand. No, I didn't say that for you to start speaking and giving me an explanation again. I want to hear other people speaking too because people has been quiet, like Uber, Kosho, Wiggles. I haven't heard of them at all, and Carlos pretty much nothing. Yeah.
Arwin, do you understand the function of a mil-dot scope? We know that if this target was at 1,000 yards, it would come to right here. It is twice as large, so it is half as far. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Arwin?
Yeah, I'm not gonna continue this conversation. I'll listen to what you have to say, but if you're gonna argue somehow that you don't need a viewing function for a curvature calculator and then proceed to use it to compare things with what you actually see, then you're performing a viewing function, and nothing you will present or speculate or reason out is gonna counter that fact. So go ahead,
Arwin,
show me whatever you want to show me.
Do you understand the function of a mil-dot scope?
No, and I don't really care.
Okay, does anybody else not understand the function of a mil-dot scope as I'm demonstrating it here?
Yeah, I completely understand the
Yeah, and I have to use them a lot of the time in gaming, so yeah, I completely get it.
Okay, so you know that by determining the number of dots compared to the size and multiplying that by 1,000, so the actual size of this guy is 2 yards. He's taking up 4 dots, which is 4 yards. So 2 divided by 4 times the 1,000 yards gives you the range.
Yeah.
Okay. Arwin, that is using perspective exactly as you've asked. We're demonstrating a real life example right here.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Is
really nice.
Is this
that you're
kind of
actually applying a curvature calculator which lacks a viewing function. So it's really nice that you can analyze angular size with these extra tools you're using in a viewing function. That's really cool. That's really cool.
You understand that with an orthographic view, you can get this exact same angular size.
That's really nice, but you're going to get it through another fashion and not through a viewing function because you can't do that
Is
with
this not a
orthographic
viewing
view.
function right here?
Yeah, but this is not an orthographic view.
Can I draw an orthographic view for this and get the exact same solution that I'm demonstrating to you right in front of me?
Well, you could do that, but you can't use this setup because it is a viewing function.
Why can't I use this setup?
Because you're not going to get a realistic result. You're going to get a parallel of everything result and not this.
If it matches the orthographic view exactly, will you revise your opinion?
No.
Okay, so if I show you that you're wrong.
It's a viewing function. This is a viewing function. An orthographic view is not. And whether it seems to correlate in certain ways is completely irrelevant because an orthographic view lacks a viewing function.
Folks, that was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Arwin,
all I really need.
Arwin, if you're interested,
irrelevant whether or not it actually agrees with reality. Great one, Arwin. Love it.
Yeah, Arwin, like I have like a different way to think about the.
That's a video. That's a video.
Giggle all day in your megalomaniacal self-wallowing victory bullshit. Because you're not listening to my argument. You're not listening to my argument every time you do it. No, you're not. You're still comparing orthographic view to viewing function, and like it works. Just it works. It works. It lacks a viewing function.
Where did the viewing function?
I'm trying to listen to everybody at the same time.
It's a calculation, and it lacks viewing function, so you can't compare it to actual viewing function.
It doesn't perform a viewing function, does it? So why do you keep on saying it does or should do? It does.
Jose, would you give me a link to this actual file so that I can download it and get a decent sound out of it? I always have problems with my mic when I try and pull it off the internet, but I'd like a clean copy of this.
So when you've agreed, it doesn't perform. The Earth curve calculator doesn't perform a viewing
when
function.
you look through a telescope and you see dots and everything, yeah, you're looking at a viewing function. You damn well
the
do.
camera does indeed. Actually, now you've actually said something's correct there. When you look through.
Thank you. The
camera generates an image and it performs a viewing function. But because I can do image analysis, and as you saw, I could work out from the image analysis that an absolute value of that 50 meters for the hidden. I've done all the viewing function operations has been done in the image analysis. I value.
Then you damn well have viewing function as part of the calculation, and it doesn't.
An absolute value for the hidden, and the Earth curve calculator generates an absolute value for the hidden, and so I've got 2 absolute values. Nowhere did I have to perform a viewing function. The camera did the work for me.
That's absolutely true, though.
Really nice, but if you're then going to compare the outcome of that to actual photographs, you are comparing it to a viewing function.
Arwin, do you understand that there's
it's not part of it? The calculator doesn't account for it. It replaces it.
Value already.
It replaces it with imaginary curvature.
Arwin, do you understand that there's such a thing as photo analysis and that there are actual rules?
Do you understand that you take a piss every day when you go to the toilet?
I'm sorry, Bob.
Actually,
I
I
couldn't
think
hear
about
what
3.
you were trying to say. What were you saying now?
There's such a thing as photo analysis where you can actually analyze photos.
Ooh,
That's what I did
thank
with my
you
wind
for
turbine.
informing
I
me.
was
I
able to
never
work
knew.
out the absolute dimensions of things from the photo because I happened to know the features in the photo were a particular size. So I could then use the imaging analysis. I could tell exactly what size was what of the number of pixels that represented a certain size. And having done that, I could then take the size I've calculated it and compare it with the size, the absolute size that the Earth calculator gave me. Oh, and they agree. Brilliant.
Yeah, this man knows what he's talking about. What's your name? Rumpus. Oh yeah, hey Rumpus.
Yeah, I know you.
You absolutely know what you're talking about.
I'm sick of the circle jerker. I'm out of here. See you later.
You're an idiot, Arwin.
Thanks,
Thank you very much, Arwin. I appreciate it, bro. Always welcome.
And that was basically the end of that one. There you go. Perspective projection matrix would make them spontaneously combust. And it's funny, as we were talking about that, yes, Arwin did rage quit. And so, Virus, were you were there this morning when Arwin was talking about that the guy that was in Antarctica? Because I swore he said that he worked for NASA, or did he just say that he worked in Antarctica so I'm assuming he worked in Antarctica as a plumber. Okay. So yeah, Arwin was saying that I kind of watched some of it. I'm not playing that. So Arwin was saying that, and he did an interview with a guy who says he was a plumber in Antarctica. Now, I asked Arwin during his live stream. He kind of flipped out on me because I misquoted what he said, and I did correct myself there. But the important question then would be, because I scanned through the interview he did with that guy, and at no point did they even talk about, like, they kind of allude to it, but not exactly where, because I don't think Arwin understands, or maybe he does it on purpose, that he fucking you don't see 24-hour sun everywhere in Antarctica. Yes, NASA has telescopes too. First, I guess, and I was looking through files and stuff while we were watching that, and I found some blah 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 blah. Found a few of them from of Chemo, and I thought it was funny that some of you guys didn't know who Chemo was, or some of you who missed Chemo. And I was going to play one of those. I'm not sure if I'm going to or not. I don't know if you guys want to listen to Chemo talk about weight of gases. The file's called Chemo BS's about a weight of gases. I got some other ones. Arwin says Arwin only believes what he wants, bases his knowledge on what he thinks should happen and not reality. Yeah, it's very weird. But I've always thought that from the second I heard many years ago about his rectangle Earth. Ever since then, he's very much so. I don't even know how to explain how he does it, because he's nowhere near a typical flat earther. So even his views are very askew. Even flat earthers think that way about him. Yeah, I don't. His whole belief system is very jumps around a lot. There is no real steadfast to it, right? Like if he thinks, or if he farts in a one way about light, it's no water off his back. He literally will just make some other bullshit up, like this hologram shit that he's doing right now. How you can get sunburn from a hologram is what he said. How he talks about the projection, like it's just very weird. Like, and that's what. Okay, I'm gonna say this. The biggest worry I have for Arwin right now is that Arwin in his brain thinks he explains his brain well, but what if he could listen to what we hear, it's very, this is a topic. Let me start, move topic. And if he does that at that fucking, like, I am worried about Arwjin in that fucking conference. Yeah, like the whole nine. Yeah, he was talking about that earlier. He was talking about, and that was the other thing. He was talking about how like, the sun isn't physical, and then he'd go on an explanation about how you can use light or think of light as physical in a certain as a matter, but then goes into some other spiel about stuff. It's very weird. Like you could never just remember what he's saying and then have a conversation later on with him about it. But I don't really ever talk in his chat. You say one wrong word and he'll fucking go ape shit on you and fucking ban you. So I'm very reluctant. Though I was very surprised to find out he had a brother. Had no clue. I thought for sure he gave me only child vibes big time. I'm just looking at my files, seeing if I have any good panels with labels, because that's the other big problem I had back then. The genius that I was. I got some really good stuff here. Let me see. I had the fucking upload of where I became a flat earther. I just can't find it in my files. I got quite a few Jose panels. Ooh, I have a panel that says Jose becomes a Glober. Actually got some pretty good stuff here. I don't know if you guys want to watch this though, do you? Let me know in the chat if you guys care or rather not watch old school Jose panels. So I'm not really trying to get off. I got lunch coming, so at some point I'm either going to end or play one of these videos so I can eat lunch. So you might as well pick for me, right? Do you guys? It's up to you guys. If you guys don't mind and want to watch some Jose stuff. See, because I didn't talk to. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to tell you now. Let's see. Is that playing? All right, so I haven't watched this one, so I don't know what to expect. It is labeled. It's definitely labeled. It says labeled Jose becoming Globe. So let's find out together what this is. Yeah, just what's up, Sierra? I just heard about that. The guys that are up in the Players Down crew, they're up there until now. I think they have to wait until February, I believe it is, to come back. Let's find out. Okay, so I'll play this. Like I said, we'll see what we get. I don't remember watching this one. I don't remember it offhand by the file. So we're gonna find out what this is together. Okay, so yeah, okay, there we go.
He pulled out of it.
The meeting soundly it just couldn't happen. My
No,
wife.
don't. No, I understand that.
David,
I
shut up.
understand that. But from the outside looking in, other people would have seen it as suspicious.
Oh yeah, I understand. I totally understand. Yeah, I didn't have a couple $100 to for gas and for spend a night in a hotel room so I can meet him. I just didn't have him. Yeah, couple $100 for me is a fucking $1,000.
Okay, I do remember what's being talked about. Oh, okay, my bad. I was thinking of something else. Spear says, no, Polaris Down is the rich dude doing a Gemini spacewalk. Oh, yeah. The guy doing the spacewalk like 700 miles or something like that. Really far. I know past ISS. Okay. Thank you. I apologize. So I do remember what they are talking about. Right before Jose left Flat Earth, him and Soundly had talked about meeting up at Lake Pontchartrain to do an observation. So that's what they're talking about.
For somebody, for somebody else. I got
No,
my money. That's fucking big time.
no, I feel that, brother. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah,
But it's
but
what makes it suspicious though. Hang on, Hellboy. What makes it suspicious though, Jose, is that was potentially a big meetup between you and Stanley for Flat Earth as well. Yet no one in Flat Earth came to your aid.
nobody did. Yep, nobody did. Actually, I had one comment came across maybe a week before on the Nathan show, and I read it and I kept it quiet. And somebody typed in the chat, Nathan Oakley, they tag him. How can I contact Jose to send him $100 donation so he can meet Soundly? And that's it. But it was never addressed. I read it. I didn't say nothing about it. That was the only person, and I don't even remember what the username
So
is.
so Nathan never passed on your details to that person.
No, whatsoever.
So was that
No,
a catalyst for you? Was that a catalyst for you to change your mind?
Not really, man. I mean, it was a compilation of everything. I was thinking for the by the time that the meetup was going on, and I was making plans, taking days, trying to get the days off of work, and trying to figure out how am I gonna do to get the money. I was already thinking. I said like thinking to myself, if I go and I take the footage, that I know I'm gonna take the same footage than Soundly in a clear day.
Was
I,
don't
I,
do it.
I
Don't do
was
it. Don't
thinking,
do
I was thinking, how am I gonna do to come out and say like, this is the curve. And I was just rehearsing in my mind, how am I gonna do it because I knew I was gonna catch
it.
it.
Be, bro.
So I was 100% on flat earth, but I was denying that the footage was the curve just because I didn't know how to address it, forward, and I didn't
So
want to
you
hide
were
it.
worried. So you had in the back of your mind a bit of a worry that you may prove Flat Earth wrong by doing that with Stanley, and you were
Yes,
concerned
yes.
about how you're going to pass. But I mean, if that's the way it turned out, that's the way it would have turned out for you.
Yeah. It would have happened earlier if I went to the meeting. It just happened a little after because then I was reconsidering and I mean, I watch a lot of soundless footage and it's really compelling. The Timmy Osmond footage, the higher you go, the more you see. I mean, it is geometrically possible. Plus my own observations, the clear days on the lighthouse, the bridge, the buildings, that I was catching super obstructed, impossible with my own camera. That was, I think, the nail in the coffin for me. I say I have to just come out, and then I put 1 plus 1 together. I say I'm catching too much obstruction, not explain with all this optical phenomena bullshit, and there's
Yeah,
no
hey,
model of
bro,
flat Earth.
bro,
I
bro.
wanted
No,
to
no.
see a model.
Hold on. Hey, I gotta ask you a question, bro. When you put 1 plus 1 together, right? Equal
Equal
to?
flat Earth is bullshit because there was no
No,
model,
I mean,
too much obstruction.
what was it about that when you put 1 and 1 together?
That equals flat Earth is bullshit because it didn't add up.
Well, Hellboy, to be fair, we never really got to the 1+1 even because Jose couldn't get out there to meet the other one.
Yeah.
So he had to do
And
it on his own, in his own time, in his own area.
I think that we gotta really have a general understanding about the scenario that just occurred, and what it actually means. Comprehend our
What it means,
discussion
as
of
I was saying,
1+1.
as I was telling the Nathan guys this morning, I want to take a Flutter take the stand of deny everything and try to build everything up just by refuting the globe. They think they got something in Flutter, but they really got nothing because the globe has a foundation, foundation built for books, education, and hundreds of years. Now the Flutter want to refute the globe and want to deny the globe, but it doesn't have a foundation yet. So I say I choose to take the foundation of the globe and then try to find out about the flat earth, try to see if they got a foundation to start building up. But they just want to deny the globe, but they don't have nothing pretty much. They just want to deny the globe and don't present an alternative. I say, if you don't give me an alternative, you got nothing, you know?
So would it be fair to say then that their denial of the globe is more of a misunderstanding of what they're seeing, of their observations?
On my point of view, yes. Yeah, my point of view, yes.
No, I agree with you. Because I often ask the flat earther, what one thing would change your mind?
So
Sorry,
what made
Shinobi,
you
go ahead.
think it was okay? A straight up question then. What the fuck made you think it was fucking flat then?
I was gullible. I wasn't educated in the globe, how it worked, and the flat earth was fascinating for me because it's when I start learning about the globe. But I learned it from the flat earth perspective when I saw the freaking AE map, and it made sense to me. And then I start learning on the distances and the scale of the earth on from the globe on the globe model. I learned it from the flat earth point of view. I didn't learn it by education
So,
system.
so how much time did you give the flat Earth map to make sense to you? You said you saw the map and it made sense to you. How much time did you give it before it made sense to you?
Uh, uh, I mean, I was laughing the first video I saw, and then the second video was just half an hour after I heard the flutter for the first time ever. The second video was I watched was an ODD questions ODD video, and he said, and this is the flutter map. People believe the flutter map is with the North Pole in the center, and I look at the map for the first time, the AE, and it clicked. It made sense to me. I say, just by watching this, there's an alternative to the globe because I could never
So,
picture anything working besides the globe. It just instantly clicked as an
so
alternative.
you were captivated immediately.
Yes.
Do you think that? Do you think that? Let me think how to say this. Do you think that any of the flat Earth arguments, particularly Nathan's show, are scripted or written by somebody else for him to parrot?
I know Quantum Eraser is a big influence on them because since he came into the picture of the flat Earth debate, everything changed. You know, everything is based on science, on citations, and these housekeeping questions. I know it was all, I mean, it was all implanted by Quantum Eraser to the Nathan show. Yeah.
So you agree then?
So you think there's a good chance it was all scripted, yeah?
I don't say scripted, but it was pushed by Quantum Eraser. Build the more stronger, flatter debate foundation as for, no, we got to run the show like this. You know, he told the guys, we got to go by science, by citations, and we're going to dissect, in quote, the globes from this point of view. And
So
Nathan
you
just
think
bit into it.
you reckon Quantum Eraser was the real producer of his show? Silent
Yeah,
partner, if you
on
like.
how it runs right now. Yeah. Yeah, you see the difference. The show running out now from starting from the show maybe 200 on forward versus the first 100 shows before the Isle of Man came in. What a difference when Quantum Eraser was not in the picture, you know?
Oh, his Colin Race is a very smart guy.
Do you think that those housekeeping questions might just
I
be
disagree
something
with
to
that. I'm
set up
sorry,
the
but you have like
arguments
some
that he can make against you?
you have think tanks
sorry.
come together so they can make strong arguments.
Hold on,
The
Debbie,
globe
one
side
second.
is
Hold
terribly
on, Debbie.
losing.
Debbie, before you jump in, I got one more question, one more answer. The guy with the red logo, he was asking me a question and you jump in and I couldn't hear the whole answer.
I wonder whether or
can we
not those
please,
housekeeping
hey guys,
questions
can
are
we stop
designed to get you
Hellboy,
to lay out.
Hellboy, hang on.
Let him finish.
Hellboy, hang on.
I wonder if those questions are designed to just set you up and lay out your arguments so that he can then use his
I said, can
scripted
we stop
arguments
jumping
against
in?
them.
Let
You know, if you say yes, you believe in rotation, well, he's got a script that he can fight rotation with. You know, it limits the number of questions or topics of discussion.
bro, you know what?
Sun doesn't change in size. And blah,
Because
blah,
no matter
blah.
what you're there to
whole
talk
day
about,
for.
he's going to want
These
to talk
things you
about
can't go
those
up there and
housekeeping.
touch and test out.
Yes,
Wait,
Dr. Bob,
wait.
I agree with you. Yes,
Well,
Dr. Bob, I agree with you.
Well, from what I heard, I didn't catch a lot of that. It was a lot of interruptions, but I heard Debbie a little bit, and I think she may have some bit of a point there. It's you know, it's going to take many minds together to come up with an explanation or an excuse or whatever you want to call it. So if Nathan does go to other sources, is that wrong of him?
Oh, Nathan's a very smart
I
guy.
think he just runs off a script. I think he's got about 5 things he can talk about, and that's about it. You know, you take him out of that comfort zone, and he absolutely will fall apart on you.
But has he
He
got
doesn't-
connections?
He doesn't fall apart. He pulls it back to his 5 points.
Well, yeah, exactly. You can't pull him off of those points. He's going to argue those points that he's got scripts for, basically.
Well, that's true. He can't think out of the box he's made for himself.
Correct. That's my point that I'm making. He's trying to limit the conversation to his points. You know, he wants you to fight his fight. He doesn't want to fight your fight.
Yeah, I was talking to Quantum Eraser. I said,
I actually
Quantum
think that you
Eraser.
guys are fucking being a little bit deluded right now. Listen.
That was a brilliant thing
It's
that they did.
It's not about Nate knowing me anymore.
That was
It's
a
not
brilliant
about
thing
Nate
that they did by sitting down
Do
and
you not
picking
get
that
it,
one
dude?
definition of
You guys don't
scientific
fucking
method
get
and
this
then
shit,
saying,
dude.
you know,
Hellboy.
taking a very
Nathan
literal interpretation of it. I'm sorry,
So-
guys. I have a couple of the more disruptive members of this muted, so I don't know when they're talking or not.
Perfect. Yeah, Hellboy. I'm about to mute Hellboy because he's interrupting right in the crop of the fucking debate here. I got
Yeah,
a point.
I've got Debbie and
I was-
Hellboy muted.
I was engaging with Quantum Eraser, and I say, Quantum Eraser, let's do this quick thought experiment. We gather a group of 100 people, regular average Joes from the
Shut
streets.
the fuck up, dude. Look.
Oh my fucking god! Let me mute.
Today, listen.
Okay, so as I was saying, yeah, I was telling Quantum Eraser, I gathered a group of 100 people and we put them in a conference room. And I say, we're going to present you some evidence. He got the flat earth, I got the globe side. And I'm going to do my presentation and I'm going to bring maybe one video and one picture. And I'm going to tell the people, all right, let's look at this video. And I look at the obstruction on the fucking lighthouse and the bridge. And I explain them how the geometry work, you know, and why is it blocked because of the earth curvature in a very clear day without whatever, right? So people is going to see that. And then I say, Quantum Eraser, what you're going to have? You're going to have your presentation presenting all these big citations and citing science and how the laws of thermodynamics are going to be broken and these big quotes and how you're going to destroy the globe. At the end of the day, you're going to make a poll who made more sense. if me or him, just regular people going by the visuals and what they can grasp in their mind, just regular people, or him, he's talking a lot of gibberish science that not everybody understand. And he had to give it to me. He said, yeah, regular people is gonna see what you see. It's a curve because it's obstruction or whatever, because they don't understand. I say, there you go, that's what we have to consider. We must have a foundation, like, all right, so let's say Earth is a globe. Let's all hang on to the globe because it's already built, it's already up. And then if you want to destroy it, then start destroying it from the Earth is a globe, and then this is what works or what doesn't work. He said, no, 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 we cannot presuppose it's a globe. It's a flat Earth in the beginning. I said, there's, it's, whatever, It was an interesting interaction because I say I come from a very not scientific point of view. I just see things and I can, by logic and reason, discern what the fuck is going on, by what we see in nature.
So if you're not coming from a scientific background yourself, Jose, how convinced are you that it's a globe?
I am convinced now. I understand flat Earth a little more of the psychology, philosophy part of the flat Earth. They just want to be, they just want to be somebody, be something, have this big discovery, this big whatever, be a scientist, be a big name, have a fucking something. But yeah, I don't see any weight on it. Yeah, I'm convinced it's a globe, like just with my own observations.
Did
you guys see the National Geographic special on that little 10-minute?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear nobody. Everybody was talking of each other.
Did you see that 10-minute National Geographic special that they were going off on? Did you see that blonde girl at the beginning? The kind of blonde hippie looking girl. Did you hear how she was talking about she just didn't want to think that she was just a monkey on a spinning ball? She wanted to be different and special. I think that's something that drives a lot of flat earthers. What do you guys think? They want to feel, they don't want to feel that they're part of nature. They want to feel that they're unique. And this is their way of feeling unique.
Yeah, go ahead. Debbie is gonna have a point on this one. Go ahead, Debbie. Do you think it's because you want to be important and created and the center of everything, and everything is being looking at you, or you want to be just part of nature and organically evolve?
Where do you get this organic nature bull crap from? I don't get. Flat earthers are the ones that are going, well, let's see it from the ground. Your guys, let's look at it from the sky.
I don't. I see it from the ground. That's why I changed, because I caught the curvature with my camera a few times, man.
Yeah, I know. And then they could go and get another camera, Jose. See 237 miles. I understand.
Oh, you're going with that one cherry peak observation from the
Yeah, long
fucking
distance
miles
photo
high up?
challenge, Jose. That's
Yeah,
right.
the one that
Let's see
never,
about
ever,
let's
ever
see
have been able to
what's the
replicate,
2019
because it was
record.
just so cherry peak.
That's where the flat earthers need to put their money at $1 a piece in is a long distance photo challenge.
Yeah, that those guys had to go hundreds of times, probably thousands of times until they catch this phenomena that they are able to see it. That's why it's cherry pick and nobody been able to replicate it. And they're missing freaking half of the mountains
Why do you call seeing a long way a phenomenon?
because it's not seen every day. It's something that is not a regular thing.
It's seen every
That's
day
why
from
it's cherry
somewhere in
pick.
the world. Somewhere in the world, you could take a long distance photo. World record setting camera. It's all about the camera ability. It's not about the and what the temperature and everything else is outside.
Okay, so you watch this video many times, the explanation how it works in a flat Earth. Have you watched the videos how it does not work and doesn't conform with flat Earth, David? Have you watched the debunk videos or you don't want to see it?
Me?
I don't know. Yeah, David was talking
I
about this
take it
long,
well
long
because you
distance.
can't. You have to rule out those other things that are going on. You can't debunk it. Nobody can. I
No,
don't care
but
what
have
anybody
you watched
says.
the
There's a lot of
videos?
atmospheric stuff to deal with.
No, but critically, have you
Yeah,
watched the debunk
looming
videos
and the
without
atmosphere,
bias?
water, magnification. It's a ton of things. You have to do your own try and experiment. Try to
Yeah,
rule
that's
those
what I
things
do.
out.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I do. Yeah, that's why my observations are in point with no atmospheric conditions taking place. And my observations are easy to replicate. They're shorter distance, 17, 20, 25 miles. Anybody can do those and they can see it. Now, if they want to do this 250 miles observation, nobody has been able to replicate it yet.
What about Jay
I
Tollin's
stopped debunking anything less than 40 kilometers
Listen, Dr. Bob, I booted you
water
out here
level
for
to
a
water
reason.
level.
I
I
booted you out
I
here
don't
for
even
a
bother
reason.
with these 10, 15-mile observations anymore.
This is my place. This is my pony show here, dude.
They're too variable with
You
refraction
tell
and
him,
everything.
Debbie.
Booted you. Tell him I booted him out because he muted me. All right, where should I move him at?
Debate.
Why are you moving
Why-
him? I get that. Yeah, yeah. We're trapped in flat Earth reality. I understand that, but I just don't.
Debbie's not taking shit on her turf, man. Yeah, I think so.
G'day, Rig.
I forgot. I forgot we were at Debbie's house. It's on now.
Yeah, it was.
Nice one.
So who was that, Debbie? Dr. Bob. I've heard him on here before.
It's like I don't have a cue to, that cue to talk, and so he's like blah 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 blah.
Sorry, Debs, what were you saying? I missed a bit of that.
I forgot. I don't like to boot anybody out, but dang, but he's going to mute me, and then I'm like over talking him, and you know what I mean? It's just not going to work.
I didn't know you had powers here. I'm a little worried.
I thought it got changed over the past holiday, but Jim said he signed a server to me, and I was like, appreciate that, and then
Nice. Are we good?
first time I used it with
That's
with
the second
email.
time I got bumped into flat Earth gossip, and I didn't
Well,
touch the
hold
keyboard.
on. What do you want to talk about?
All right, I think Dallas Dave is a really good point to stop. All right, so there is an update on the Duffy thing. I did receive another email from him. Not happy. Okay, so obviously I had asked him about the contract, hopefully to be able to see it. He had asked me why, basically. I was asking the question. I said, just in that Witsit had some issues with it, but hasn't been specific on what part actually. Then his response to that was, just wait for my update today. Thanks. And then it says will. So apparently there'll be an update in response to me asking this question. I guess we'll have to wait for his answer. But like I said, I like the fact that he does respond to emails. So I am going to start emailing him some more questions and maybe coax in another interview, which I think should happen, right? Because it would definitely be an interview, not of the same, because I'm not going to want to have a conversation about what the final experiment is. We all should know what it is by now. And if you don't, maybe it's a little too late for you. But yeah, it's one of those things to me that's just very weird. As for another something to watch, I don't know what else to watch. I got so much. I gotta go through all this stuff. I should like hire somebody to watch all this. God, I have so much content. You name the person, I have it. I got Slick James experience argument. Kind of interested in that one. Slick James and Brummy. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll play the Slick James experience. Like, this is actually his experience. Is the argument where, I only deal with experiences. That was the type of person Slick James was. If you don't know who he is not around anymore. A lot of speculation onto where he could be. But yeah, prison was probably most like it. I'll play that until it gets boring, and we'll see where we go from there. Because like I said, guys, you know what? I'm going to make a declaration. I probably have the most content from 5 years back to 10, 11 years than anybody else around. I guarantee it. I have probably 1,000+ files like this. The problem is most of them aren't labeled. So this is Slick James, who only deals in experience, I believe. Brummy the Glober was involved in this conversation with Slick James. I'm not sure who else. Like I said, this stuff was from a very long time ago. Actually, let me tell you exactly how old this file is. This file is from 2019. Yes, this file is 5 years old. Easy. Sounds good. Go back. Look at it. This is one little one. Go into it. All these. See, these are the labeled ones. These are the easier ones for me to get to. Most of them are labeled. Like, I know what this stuff is. But then I got all these files and all these files. Not that one. All these files. These are just files of panels and recordings and things that were happening that I got. So like I said, I mean, I could do this endlessly forever. Again, these are just a couple of the files of the many. Let's see, more. Way more. So yeah, there will never be a shortage of content. That's the easy part. Just figuring out what the fuck everything actually is the hard part. So let me go back into this. So like I said, Slick James, play this until it gets boring, and then we'll go for there. See what happens.
Then let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. So when I think that I'm drinking a glass of water, and I'm thinking that this is my experience, what's really going on?
I don't know. You need to justify that.
Okay, you're saying I need to justify. Wait a minute. So I'm just trying to get clear. So you're telling me when I'm drinking a glass of water, I need to somehow justify that?
Yes, you do. You need to when you make knowledge claims like that, you need to justify, because you're trying to say that there's no beliefs in your world. There's only experiences. But until you can demonstrate that you can actually experience anything and have that rooted in something, nothing matters.
Okay.
That's why I asked you, what's your foundation for epistemology? And if you don't know what epistemology is, do you need me to explain that?
I really don't care because all I deal in is I only deal in experience.
Again, you cannot deal with experience unless you have an epistemological
Wait a minute.
framework.
The statement you just made, who told you that?
Who told me that?
Yeah, where'd you get that from?
It's called philosophy. It's the philosophy of nature.
Okay, so
it's how we can justify our own existence.
But where did that
not to go full Seitan Bruggenkate on you, but for all you know, you could be a brain in a vat.
I hear you, but where did that come from? You said that this is a philosophy. Where did that come from?
The same place you got your argument.
Hold on, let the guy answer, please.
Philosophy comes from philosophers, which means it comes from minds.
Okay, so what?
It's a mind's way of justifying its self-experience.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? Is it possible that I could be a philosopher?
No.
Why?
Yes.
Why would?
Because
Okay,
you
so
don't
I
know.
just got conflicting answers.
Because you have no idea about any of these things.
How do you know what I have ideas about?
Slick.
Because you've demonstrated you don't have knowledge of it in this conversation.
Okay, so let's summarize so far. So far, you just told me that this epistemology comes from philosophers. But I'm asking you, how come I can't be a philosopher? What's the difference between me and these people that came up with this?
Sometime in the future, you may or may not be able to philosophize about things. In this current time, you don't.
How do you know?
You can't.
How do you know?
Because you've demonstrated to me throughout this conversation, you don't know the basics of philosophy, yet you make knowledge claims about reality.
Okay, what if I'm what if I'm a philosopher and I'm making a new philosophy?
No.
I can't?
Sure you can, but you're not doing that.
Well, what if I am? How do you know? Because like you said, you don't listen, hold on. You just said you don't know what I'm doing.
I'll tell you why. It's because you're starting at the 5th step instead of the 1st step.
Okay, so
that's not how it works.
So you get
which to take you back to the glass of water.
Hold on.
How can you justify claiming to have an experience of drinking water? What's your justification for having that experience?
Because I have a glass, it has some water in it.
No, how do you know that you have a glass?
Because I have a glass.
No. No, how do you know that that glass is in existence? How do you know that you're holding that glass? How do you know that the substance that's in that glass is water, what you call water?
Because I'm experiencing it.
How do you know that it's an actual experience?
Well, what else is it?
I don't know. You tell me. How can you justify that it's an experience?
Listen, I just told you it's an experience because I said so. It's an experience.
No.
No.
You claim it's an experience. How do you know
that's what you claim?
How do you know that it's
because
an experience?
I'm having it. I'm having the experience.
What this guy is saying is you literally can't know anything, is essentially what this is going to boil down to.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, you're saying, and yeah, it is.
What I'm saying is everyone. What I want to get to, but he doesn't want to because then he'll have to admit that he has beliefs. Is every single individual will have to start with certain proper basic beliefs. That can
Where
be.
Are you getting this from?
It can be anything from a God exists and therefore I can experience things. To the fact that I just.
It'll be easier.
You're speaking. Listen, guy. You're speaking like you're some type of authority on this. Where are you getting this from?
I feel like all you have to define is the word belief. Let me just read it out for you. And acceptance.
He will not accept it. We've done this.
Well, then he's being dishonest. So let's just see if he
yes, yes.
Okay. What I'm saying. Well, then you're all wasting your time arguing with me. You know he's going to be dishonest. Okay, well, let's just read belief and see what he says. If he's truly honest, he'll have to agree with it. Belief, number 1 definition noun. An acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. Can you believe in that statement or that definition?
I don't have beliefs.
Okay, so you don't believe in it. You don't accept statements or believe things are true.
Listen,
so you can't.
Do you believe that you don't have beliefs?
So Slick, you don't believe that there can be. You can accept statements.
Beliefs. Beliefs don't exist. How about let's make it real simple?
No. I'm asking you based on the definition of belief, an acceptance that a statement is true or something that exists. So you can't accept things are true. Is that what you're saying?
I can accept my experience.
So you can't accept. So do you believe your experiences to be true?
I don't have beliefs.
But you drink a glass of water and you accept that that's true that you're drinking water.
No, I just accept that I'm drinking water.
So you accept that you're drinking water. Okay, so that you
You gotta
That
understand.
is
This
that
the
is
10th time we've heard this, man.
that is the exact same statement.
It is it's so simple.
For-
You
for-
guys-
for-
you guys
So
are making this difficult for yourselves.
all you've done is you've
For-
admitted that you believe that you've had the experience.
I didn't admit anything. I
Yeah,
didn't
you
admit
did,
nothing
because
about
you've
any belief. I said
So hang
Slick,
on,
here,
Slick.
I'll-
Eric, understand this. He says he experiences, right? This is how simple it is, and you guys are really wrapping this around for no reason. He says he experiences. He does not believe. But the problem is with his argument is he doesn't know how accurate his experiences are. Therefore, he doesn't know if he can't say they're true or not. That's it. Conversation is done.
But a belief is an acceptance that a statement or
You're
that
trying
something
to-
exists.
But your argument is to convince him to say he believes. He's never going to.
No, I'm just trying to show him that the statement that he is saying is the exact definition of belief. That's all I'm saying. And that he has
That's
to-
what we've all been saying.
Okay,
but you
let
guys
me
figure
give you a
out
bit.
the
Let me
problem
give you
is
another.
the way this works.
Let me give you another
experience
example.
water. Slick, are you scared?
Let me give you another example.
Eric,
I'm sorry, but I was just going to clear
thing
something
is
up for you.
You're not going to get through to him. Just like if you're talking to certain flat earthers, you're not going to get anything through them. It's not really. It's the same over and over again. But you just got to simplify it. Makes it easier.
I can clear something up for you if you want.
Fuck up, man. I'm not in the
You
mood
want me
for
to
your
clear
shit.
something up for you?
I would like him to clear something.
I can clear something up for you.
I don't know.
Here, let me.
I can't experience my birth. I don't know if I.
Rummy, you just got here. There are people that were trying to talk before you. Shut up.
Let me clear something
just
up.
to tell Eric, this guy, right, don't remember that he was born. He had no experience of being born, therefore he doesn't even know if he's born or not. That's how much.
Let me clear something.
Can you say something else, like something that has to do with like a different topic, so we can move on? Because I know you got to do this too.
I was just going to do one more thing with the water for you, just to maybe so I can bring some solidity to it. Okay.
Sure. Okay, go ahead.
If I'm thirsty, I take a glass of what water is, and then I drink it, and I'm not thirsty anymore. Now that's my experience.
Shut up.
Okay, so but you have to accept that
water
would
relieve your thirst. Why would you
thirst?
Okay, now you could change the subject now because I just wanted to clear that point up.
Why would
just to make it easier to understand.
water relieves thirst? Why would you think?
I don't think anything. I told you what my experience.
Then why would you drink water?
I'm gonna go
because from past, listen, because from past experiences, if I was ever thirsty, I would drink some water and I wouldn't be thirsty anymore.
Okay, so that means
If you have something to eat, would you have a shit?
Slick, you're gonna rely on
Stop talking if you're not gonna talk normal. It's so ridiculous.
I experience eating, but I don't know if I'm going to take.
If you're going to rely on past experience,
make fun of my disability. Go fuck yourself. I have to pretend to be someone else.
Now, it's so much that I'm not relying on past experiences. It's just like this. In other words, in my past experience, listen, let me explain. In my past experience, if I had water and I drank it and I wasn't thirsty anymore, well, what happens is when I go to do that again, I'm not surprised that the same thing happens.
So you're not certain if water makes you not thirsty. So you can't be certain of that, is what you're saying. You have no idea if water will make you not thirsty or not, is what you're saying.
No, I want to ask a very simple question. What I'm certain of is that I've had water and my thirst was quenched.
No,
and when I go back to have some more water again, sometimes I get that same result and I'm not surprised.
Hey, Slick, do you accept that you've drinking water before? Would you accept that?
In my past experiences, I've had water.
So you would accept that you've drinking water?
I just said in my past experiences,
so we're agreeing, right?
I've had water in past experiences.
Yeah, so you're accepting you've had water. Just answer yes or no.
I've had water in my past experiences.
So I'm asking you, you've accepted that you've drinking water.
I've had water in my past experience.
Oh man, it's a yes or no. You're almost there.
I don't know what kind of game you're playing.
You gotta practice your argument, man. You're not gonna. You want him to just answer like a normal person. He's not going to. So
I just don't know what you're looking for.
Without expecting that answer.
Slick, you made the statement
that you do not have any beliefs. Do you believe that statement to be true?
Beliefs don't
God
exist.
damn it, Chris. I knew you were going to
Slick.
fucking do that, man. God damn it.
Slick, I have a
Listen, man,
quick,
listen.
I have a
If you have
quick
something to eat,
question.
do you know if you're
Hold
gonna have
on,
a shit
hold
later or
on.
not, or you're never gonna have a shit? You
Hold
expect
on,
to have
Slick.
a shit later.
Earlier you asked Houseoy, Slick. Earlier you
If
asked
you have some
Houseoy,
food,
how
are
do
you gonna have a shit? Like,
you asked
or
Houseoy,
you're
Slick?
not gonna have a shit? Will you have a shit from your experience? If you eat some
Can I
food,
ask
will
Slick
you
something
have a
real quick?
shit later? Yes or no?
Slick. Earlier you asked Houseoy, how do you know, right? So that's the same question that people are asking you. Like, how do you know?
How do I know what?
If you have a shit
Anything.
later, after you have something to eat, we have a shit
Anything
later.
at all,
Brummy,
Slick. Anything
this
at
ain't
all.
comedy hour, man. Shut up.
I just don't know what you're
He's
talking.
a
Give me an
joker, though.
example.
Don't take this guy
Anything at all.
seriously. He's an idiot.
Anything at all just doesn't mean anything. Give me an example. What are you talking about?
Well, any statement that you make in particular, how do you know?
What statement?
Any statement.
Well, I mean, tell me one. I don't know what you're talking about.
If you
I
have
am
something to
drinking.
eat, are you
Hold
gonna
on.
have a shit later?
Shut
I'll
up,
give you an
Brummy.
example.
If you eat a
I'll
big
give you an
fucking
example.
fat steak and fucking food, are you gonna shit it out later?
So, Slick, I'll give you an example. If you make the statement, I'm drinking a glass of water, I think it's fair to ask you, how do you know?
Because I'm experiencing it.
But how do you know?
Because
What
I'm
is with these
experiencing it.
how do you know
No.
questions? Like,
Your statement,
like
your
seriously,
statement
do
is,
you
I'm
like?
experiencing it.
Hold
but
on.
The question is, how do you know
Yeah.
that statement is true?
These
Who
are
said
weird
anything
questions.
about a statement
Speedy,
being true? I
because
just
the
said that
reason
I'm experiencing it. I'm
the
not trying to
reason
put any.
you have to
I'm
ask
not
these
trying to
questions.
determine whether it's true or false. I'm just experiencing it.
Slick James, is the sun gonna rise tomorrow?
Yeah, there's a sunrise.
Can you
That's
make any predictions?
I told you I don't know what a sunrise is, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my lord. All right, you win. This is cognitive dissonance to the max.
I have a question for
You
the
can
man.
call it what you
Eric.
want.
All right, Sean, you're right.
You're
Sean,
not
you're
gonna,
right.
it's
you're
not
right.
the argument. It's not your argument. It's how
You
you
bought
go
a knife
about
to a
your argument. You
gunfight.
can't expect a
You bought-
direct answer from him.
You
All
bought
right.
a knife
I'm sorry,
to a
Sean. You're
gunfight.
right.
You ever heard of bringing a knife to a gunfight?
We've heard it three
Eric,
times
yeah,
now.
yeah. Eric, we've dealt with him and we've done
Okay,
this conversation
I'm sorry.
20
I'm
times.
sorry.
So
I apologize.
I
I'm
do have a
sorry.
cheat sheet in front of me though. So
Okay.
like I knew
I
he was
tried to
gonna do
warn him.
this.
Hey guys,
You
didn't
did.
I try to
You
warn
did.
him?
Go be nice to the newbies, Slick. Be nice, man.
I did my best to stop him. I tried so desperately, but he thought he had something, so I let him.
Well,
roll.
I mean, I did. You just, didn't.
Oh, here we go. You
Well,
still
it's
trying?
this. Well, no. It's the fact of the matter is you're just not being honest.
He still hasn't learned, has he? He's
No,
still trying.
I've learned. It's just that you're not arguing honestly.
Oh, here we go. Now
What
you're
is-
accusing me.
What do you think you educated him on? I'm not sure what that you're just completely impervious to logic. Is that what you?
Me?
I don't know what you're
Got
talking
him
about. I
on
just have experience. What are you talking?
Okay, I just wanted to say this for the record real quick, okay? And I'm sure you heard me in this recording say it. You guys can look this up. This is an actual philosophical argument that philosophers use on a regular basis. It's literally called dealing with experiences argument. You can look it up. There are lots of debunking of that argument. So when you heard me in that clip that we were just watching, I'm like, because I'd already done this. I had figured out all these little things to say to him and loopholes to what he's trying to say, and I had this conversation with him. And like I was saying earlier, like with guys like Jen and all that shit, by this point, I'm not going to have an argument with Slick because I know, one, it's not a serious argument. Slick James really thinks he's a philosopher. So his whole thing is a philosopher going down a route of I only deal experiences to see the reaction of people. That's all his argument is. And unless you know that, you will fall into his trap every time. So when I said I had a cheat sheet, it was because every conversation we had after I had figured this out, there were key things that you can do. which is basically shut the fuck up as one and let him talk. Because the second he says, I experience, your only question then needs to be verification of. It's not even the verification of water. That was a perfect example. When someone's like, "Do you drink water? Or how do you know you're drinking water?" Like, dumbass, because I'm experiencing it. Like, that's a play into his argument. And remember this: any philosopher's argument literally is presented to loop. The reason it's presented to loop is so that you can find all the holes and run down different paths. But the goal of that philosopher in that argument is to loop it around as many times as they can to hear everyone's view and see if they have a concept of what is actually being argued. And the second the person knows you're not there, you're not part of the same conversation, he will win. He will run off with it. So yeah, there is an actual argument with it. I'm going to definitely find that for some other time. But yeah, it's very simple. That is probably one of the arguments that I know of personally that is a very simple breakdown and destroy. Unfortunately, Right to Hand's not around anymore because he was one of these experienced people, but he does the same thing. And breaking down their arguments is much easier than you think. And I need everyone to understand that a lot of the stuff I've played and the stuff you've been hearing is that fucking, what I have now coined in the chat, I was saying it earlier, is a lot of ego lifting, where it's not about showing someone how incorrect they are and here's a correction. It's I'm smarter than you. And anytime you play that game, it's a losing battle. You're gonna lose. But yeah, I just wanted to add that part about the experience argument, and I'll keep it going. There's only about 5 more minutes of this one.
Yeah, he's like a rock on the lawn. Can't get a rock to admit it knows anything.
Now, do you want to go down this same road again after this man just went through what he went through? Do you really want to start that? Because I'll go with you. Listen, this is not a problem.
Won that fucking exchange right there. Curious.
I can do this all day. It's not a problem for me.
Yeah, because you're not really arguing. You're not really debating.
Who's debating?
Yeah, you're not doing anything. You're not saying anything.
Listen,
nothing is being. There's no benefit to talking to you.
Okay, so what you're saying is, is that what you're saying is you need a debate? Is that what you're looking for?
No.
I'm sorry, I had to jump in on that part. What just happened is the loop. He just did the loop again, because remember what I was saying. A philosopher isn't debating you. He's analyzing the conversation. So every time someone brings up you want to debate, he's like, "Oh, I didn't know that's what we're here for." It's because he's based his argument in a philosopher's argument, and in a philosophy, there is no debate. The debate would be over the conclusion of your philosophical conundrum.
Oh, I mean, well, whatever. There's no discussion. This is one-sided. You're not providing any substance.
Yes, it's one-sided, and I'm blowing you away with it. One-sided. What's your point?
You're not blowing anyone away.
Apparently, I am.
How are you blowing anyone away?
Because you came to accomplish this task and you failed.
Because you're dishonest. At a certain level, you have to be honest in a discussion.
Don't give me the dishonest. Come on.
Oh, you're saying that you literally can't know anything. You literally can't know anything based on your statement.
Listen, what I'm telling you is that I experience.
Yeah, that's not a good. That's fine.
Okay, well, that's your problem. I can't help you with that. What do you want? Listen, if you don't understand what it means to experience, why is that my problem?
No,
why is
I
that my problem?
It's more than that. Experience isn't the only thing of life.
Yes, it is.
If you only experience, it means you never learn.
What?
Yeah, because you don't know how to believe in things. You don't know how to utilize your experience to come up with statements about the universe or about the world you live in. You don't know how to do that.
Okay,
you can't
so let me ask you
apply your general knowledge and experience. That's the problem.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that you come up with statements about the universe. How do you do that?
The sun rises every day, goes down every night.
Yeah, but how do you come up with these statements about the universe?
Because
How
I
do you pull
observe,
that
I
off?
experience them, and then utilize my experience and apply it, and it forms beliefs and ideas. You
Okay,
can't
so
do
when
that.
you
can't
okay,
believe
well, we're doing something real nice now. Explain to me your experience of a sunrise.
It appears to come over the horizon. I see a bright light. It lights the day up for about 12 hours and goes back down.
Okay, you said it appears. What does that mean? You said it appears to.
It's
It
not there,
appears to.
and then it's there. It's not there, and then it's there, and it comes up over the horizon.
Okay,
And
so
I know
how do
it'll
you
it
know
again
it's
tomorrow.
coming? Okay, here's my next question.
Can I
How do
cut
you
in
know it's
here?
coming? How do you know it's coming up over
does not
something?
mean illusion. I know what that
How do
means.
you
by
know it?
argue.
Listen, I'm trying to ask
Here
the
is
guy a
what
question.
you see.
How do you know it's coming up over something?
Well, whatever it is, it's coming. It's appearing. I won't make any truth claims about it, but it appears.
All right, I want to respond to this. Nerd said, lots of philosophers debated. Aristotle literally wrote the book on debating. Okay. In the path of, so like a philosopher who wants to philosophize on only dealing in experiences while he's philosophizing about this topic, he is not going to debate anyone. He will debate someone who doesn't. He will debate everything he's come up with to that point. And I'm just saying, in the conversation of someone who is ultimately studying, gathering data, that's not a debate. They don't debate that part. They wouldn't ever debate during that part. That's the part that Slick James was in. Slick James was in the collecting data, getting everyone's responses and reactions to someone who only deals in experiences. So that's what I meant by the debating part. Only that in the collecting of the philosophical data, there's no debating in that part.
Okay, so I said the same thing, that it appears. So now why are we having this difficulty?
Well, but you won't. You don't know if it comes up tomorrow, though.
What are you talking about?
You
I
don't
won't
know.
know anything.
You don't know if it'll come up tomorrow. I know it'll come up tomorrow.
Okay, I don't know that because I
Yeah,
haven't
well,
experienced.
yeah,
Hold
well,
on, listen. I haven't experienced tomorrow, so I don't make any claims about tomorrow.
But did you know it's gonna? Do you know it's gonna rise tomorrow?
I just told you I
So-
haven't
so you don't-
experienced.
you-
Hold
so
on,
you don't-
can you
you-
listen? Can
I
you
know, I heard
listen?
what you said. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
okay. I haven't experienced tomorrow, so I can't tell you anything about what I haven't experienced.
Excuse me, Slick. Is today not yesterday's tomorrow?
Got him.
Today is my experience.
Today is yesterday's tomorrow.
Okay, look, I'll answer. Let me ask you this question: can you know that the sun is going to come up tomorrow?
You will not ask me any questions. You will concede.
Okay.
That point.
Yes, exactly. Yesterday, today is
Ask him the
yesterday.
triangle question.
Whatever you were just saying there, Curve. Yes, you're absolutely correct. So,
So you have experienced tomorrow.
I have.
You are experiencing tomorrow today by virtue of the fact.
Okay, so what you're saying, okay, so let me get clarity. Are you telling me that right now I'm experiencing tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, so that's wonderful. I didn't know that. So we must be, so there must be only one day in existence. Is that correct?
No, that's the problem. There
Okay,
is
so let me
not
ask you this
one day.
question. So let me
You
ask you a
are
question,
acting
Curve.
as though there is only
Curve,
one day.
Curve, let
and
me
that
ask
you have
you a
never
question.
experienced
Curve,
tomorrow.
let me ask you a question. What else do you know about tomorrow? What else can you tell me that's going to happen tomorrow?
You're still gonna be covered in rape.
This guy is just.
How come How come you won't let Curve answer the question? Curve, what else do you know about tomorrow that you can guarantee?
Tomorrow time will pass at the same rate as it passes today.
Anything
Tomorrow the
else?
sun will rise, the sun will set.
Now, how do you know that?
Experience.
Right. So so what you're saying is from past experiences, you expect the same thing to happen tomorrow from your past.
I can tell you based on experience, there are certain things
I'm just
that
asking,
will
listen,
occur
I'm just trying to
tomorrow
get clarity. I'm just listening.
because we experience tomorrow every day.
Look, man, the geezer don't even know.
So let me ask you this.
Don't even
Can
know
I
your
ask you this?
birthday. Did
Hold
you
on. Let me
experience
ask
your-
him this
did you experience
question.
your
Let me,
birth?
Curve, let me ask you a question. Do you know if, like, say, like, what's going to be on the news tomorrow?
Nope. It's a different tomorrow.
Why not? Why don't you know?
A new day. It's a different day.
Okay.
The problem is what you are denying is the concept of tomorrow and that tomorrow comes.
I'm not denying it. I said I agree with you. Yesterday was today, and tomorrow is to I got all that. That's not a big
All right,
deal.
well, then your original point that I was refuting is done.
I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe it's done for you. It doesn't even make any sense to me.
Maybe you
It's
should
like,
get that
why don't you jump off the top of a building since you've never experienced death before? You don't know what's gonna happen.
Yikes.
This Jake,
Good
hey,
point,
this Jake on the plane guy. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare, motherfucker.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
So you deny that.
All right, that was it on that. We'll probably, that was it for that. I got, man, I could, I don't even know where to start with how much content I have. But like I said, that Slick James thing, it's very simple. Oh my God. It's so simple to argue. It's frustrating. It lays down to this. Stop trying to make him say belief because he's never going to do it. He's good. He was very good at this. And when I looked into this argument, this philosophy, because this is actually, like the biggest arguments between philosophers. The experience one is actually one of the big ones. It's like it would be in like the top 3 of arguments that philosophers have with each other and stuff. So it's a pretty big deal. So he was really diving into that, but it's very simple. It lays down to this, and the reason they don't want this is because what it does is it stops the conversation right away. So what happens is this. He'll say, I only deal in experiences. I experience this. This is how simple it goes. Okay. How'd you verify it? And he'll say, with my experiences. I said, how do you verify your experiences? And that is where a philosopher's argument with experiences stops, because there is no point beyond that. There is no way for you to experience something, verify that your experiences are true without the belief that they are true. And that is something that is forced to be said if they are willing to have that conversation with you. If they slip, they will progressively go into it. If they don't, they will put you back in the loop until you say something different. And that is when you know the conversation is done. And then you just got to state that, and they will kind of not like it. Wait, what? Illuminati Croissant says, Arwjin drove away someone from the conference today. How do you know that? I saw you wrote something else, but you retracted it, so I won't put that back up on the screen. Only if you retracted it, then I'm assuming you didn't want people to see it. Yeah, how do you know that happened? Yeah, I stand true to this. As long as Arwjin is going to the conference, I will 1000% stream it, the whole fucking thing. No. I will stream the presenter before and then through the lunch, just in case he wigs out because he didn't get Illuminati Croissant. I will absolutely stream it. I'm almost positive from what I've heard that Arwjin will. I'm pretty sure Arwjin will be doing it in English because he's already nervous about it. But the way he sounds about saying it in Dutch sounds like he doesn't even think it's possible. So it'll be in English. We won't need a translator, but I will absolutely, I don't care what the fuck it costs. I am absolutely streaming that shit. I don't care what time it is. I will be streaming that shit just so everybody fucking knows where to watch Arwjin do his presentation, because holy crap, I so excited for that. She commented. Okay, she commented on the chat that she doesn't want him to. Okay, wait, time out. How do you know? How do you know it was her though? I would need to know it was her for sure, because I know how you guys roll. Oh, really? Did he? I'll have to go back into the stream. Is that towards the end? If it's towards the end, I'll go check it out and I'll try to find. Yeah, okay. I'll because I was there for a while. I was there until I started, so I think he probably streamed like an hour, maybe. Okay, so real. So this is what I'm getting from it. Arwjin was talking about one of the ladies that is supposed to speak at the conference. I'm gonna watch it so I know exactly. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute then. All right, let's go to that. Let's find that real quick. No rush. Let's do that. Good looking out, Illuminati croissant. Good looking out. All right, let me get to it. I'm going to Arwjin's page right now. Oh, it was at the very end, huh? All right, 3. All right, I'm going to go a little bit ahead of that. I will share it. All right, I started a little bit ahead of it, so that way. Let's see if it'll work now. Was it working earlier?
I mean, if I'd be working for the Fed, then where's my goddamn check? Yeah, because I'm not being paid enough to actually do some kind of propaganda. Aren't they hologram? What? What the hell does that even mean, Yorta? Who said that? I'm saying that. I'm just wildly guessing what some people might be thinking, because people do respond to this like that. Like, let's just say Alex Jones would say that if he saw this. He's like, "Oh, I knew it's a Fed," but he thinks that about Flat Earth. We think that Flat Earth, a lot of it is just Feds. Federals, right? Because Obama makes jokes about Flat Earth Society, and then he thinks, "Oh, this Flat Earth is all, it's a lie. They're just trying to derail. They're trying to take away our future. We gotta go to the stars. Oh, look, this Flat Earther's talking about a violent uprising. Oh, he's like Hitler. Oh, I knew it. He's a Fed. He's a Fed." Those people. That's what I'm talking about. I'm sure they're out there.
Damn it, Illuminati croissant. Where is it? What's the right fucking time? Was it before or after? I'll look for it. I don't mind. You're going to know better than I will. I mean, that part was funny too. Kayota, do you know around what time? I'll be pissed off if he gets himself kicked off. It's right when you just way behind. I did. Oh, yeah. I started it. I think like 308 or something like that, just to make sure for context and everything. Okay, I'll keep playing it.
Right? But nobody in chat said that. Or I'm not claiming anybody in chat said anything. Oh, you've been watching my show for the last 30 to 45 minutes? Okay, well, welcome to the dark side of Arwjin, Arwjin. I hope you thought that I've not crossed any actual borders that nobody should. I'm not like an SJW guy that just goes completely hysterical and everybody has to die or anything. I'm very specific. I'm just so fucking fed up with how this world's working right now. But yeah, thanks for letting me know. And for the record, I'm not taking it back. I'm not scared or shocked or ashamed that I done any of that, because I meant every goddamn word of it. Yeah, and don't worry, I'm not bringing this up during the conference. Oh, do not come close to me. Okay, that's fine. If that scares you, that's all right. I get it. I'm glad you're still able to live with this entire situation, though. I mean, I'm glad that you're not getting any dark influences from all this psychological warfare pressure that we're being subjected to. That you can say that. But I am, and I mean, sometimes I just gotta talk about it, right? And then I'm done with that. Then I don't talk about it anymore. And then I just move on again to like technical subjects about flat Earth or all these ideas, like upward moving Earth and all that, or the final experiment. But yeah, this is also inside of me, and I don't particularly like that it's inside of me. It's wildly frustrating, but it's there, and I mean, it's not there just randomly without any reason. Yeah. This world's been kind of torturous to me in ways. Yeah, and not just watching me.
Okay, I see. I think he took the comment down because yeah, I think he had to have, because yeah, once the recording goes through, it takes it off, and his chat actually froze. That's funny. Yeah, dude, that's gonna be a trip. If there was ever a person that I would say don't do it, wow. Yeah, because I was gonna play something earlier that was let me see. I don't remember what part it was in here. I don't remember what time it was when I stopped watching. Trying to figure out what I was there. He probably deleted them. He saw them. I'm scrolling through the his live stream trying to find the part I was looking for. I think it's I think this is it. Hang on.
The outside of the realm in which it accelerates up? No. Like, why would it have to have that if it's just an infinite void? And, like, I mean, my question stays though, why is it moving up then? Yeah, nobody's answering that. Why would a contained realm move up in a void? Yeah, why would it do that? There is no answer for it. Yeah? You can't conceive of an answer for it. Be honest about it. It's nonsense. There is no answer. It's a hypothetical and it goes to a dead end. It's turtle on a turtle on a turtle on nothing. Yeah? Dead end. Can't fix it. It makes no fucking sense. It's pointless. It's an aberration. Yeah, exactly. 82. Yeah, well, that's the show where I go completely ape shit.
I think
I'm
that's the one you're talking about.
like, it's a response to me being really emotionally tormented over watching like video reports about pedophile torture and all that, and I'm like, slice them all open and all that. So yeah, I got really fucking in anguish there. And all these trolls are just like, oh my god, this is so delightful. Because they're fucking psychopaths. And they love to shove that shit in everybody's face. They just like torture and torment. And in that show, I was quite tormented. So, I mean, unless you care about torment and anguish, yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of like flat earth related information you're going to get out of number 82. You'll skip that one? Yeah. That would be wise. I liked your conversation with Jay back in the day. Yeah, I get it, Jeeps. But I mean, when I had a conversation with Jay, it was all still very fluid and open, right? I just had all these broad ideas, right? But Josean, if you really wanted like a good one, watch like the first few shows that are on my channel. Like most of my Flat Earth Talks shows are actually very good. And they address subjects that I've been like rehashing and refining over the last decade. Right? They're all like titled, themed. Like one is about volcanoes, like what the hell are they? One is about meteors, what the hell are those? And about like, oh, the looping and the antiquator. That sort of thing. It's just themed, relatively short shows, and ever since I just kept talking about it. And sometimes in one show I bring up all the subjects, all of it. Right? But when I do, I usually put it in the title. Okay, Aries, stop. No, Jamie C. Level is a psychopath troll. Josean, you're getting swarmed by trolls. I should have expected this. Yeah, I mean, you're getting swarmed by trolls. They do this with everybody they notice I'm talking with on my channel. Everybody. They sounded really, yeah, I know, they sound really nice in the message, and then they shove like summary videos of every time I basically get really pissed off, tell people to kill themselves and all that, which has happened because of fucking trolls that just wouldn't leave me alone. Shut the fuck up, Lorta. A troll. He's a troll. Don't talk about it. Shut the fuck up.
Forget this one. Let's try this one. Wait, did I do it right? There we go.
I know how you feel, man. I mean,
you
like,
do? Really?
what?
You don't know how I feel? Are you sure?
I know how you feel. I understand how you feel. I'm saying, like, this, you know, you gotta let it out sometimes. We've been walking on eggshells, it seems like, in a flat earth. And, you know, we can't say what we want to say. We have to be careful. You know, it's about time somebody like yourself just now, you know, lets it out there. And, you know, enough is enough, right? And, you know, probably people will probably take what you've said and see it as like a trigger thing. But it's not. It's
It should be. It should be a trigger thing.
well, no,
I call for the trigger. I call for the end. I don't want this shit anymore. We can't tolerate the intolerable. We can't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Enough is enough. And, you know, people are dancing around this subject, aren't they? They're not really addressing it. People are nervous about speaking about it. But I think, like, you know, you're talking about it, highlighting it, probably will not trigger people, but make people look into it a little bit more. And hopefully just, you know, you just, you know, shouting about it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You're completely right. Not enough is said about it. It's a touchy subject. People don't like to talk about that type of thing, do they? But you're right. Enough is enough. And yeah, you should
the whole
bring.
shit to everyone. What's holding people back is the law, the courts. They're all that. It's what they are.
Well, they're everywhere. It's there. It's the.
This can't. You can't let this just. It's the freaking blood of patriots, and this is the time. If there's any reason to do it, it's this specifically. And trust me, if you do this, if there will be a blood storm, and suddenly thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe people around the world, pedos in the justices.
Just like to say, the views and opinions of this live stream do not agree with anything being said by said person on screen, Arwjin. Again, this stream does not agree with anything this guy is saying. Thank you.
Oh, die! All of them! On camera, everybody dead! Freaking stab them to death! Right? Well, after that, the spirit of justice, an actual justice system that is that is not totally fundamentally corrupt, can actually spring forth from that. Because there is no justice right now. None.
Yo,
None.
what's up, Arwjin?
Hey, Isa, what's going on?
Hey.
What's good? Yo, Arwjin, my brother, how you doing, my man?
Shaking.
Yeah, man. Yo, some of this shit is scary shit and it's ugly shit. And, you know, but try not to let it, you know, like what is it? You know, you can't have gas pressure without a container, right? So you can't let in you know what I mean? Try not to let all the bad shit into your container, man. You know, you are a fucking container.
I tried.
No. It's not over. How about this? It's not over, man. That's the cool part about it. And the cool part about it is that, focus on the good things in life, and don't focus on the negative. It's like I could look at.
How can
Check
I
this
do
out.
this
Check
with this
this out.
shit in the way?
Well,
Everything I want, everything. I just want.
Arwin, check this out.
I
Check
want a
this out.
modest family, and I
Arwin,
don't want my
Arwin.
goddamn kids growing up to be taught to
Arwin.
be pedophiles. I
Hey,
don't want these
Arwin,
creepy
you know,
old
guess
men coming by my house, demanding my
Arwin.
kids. No,
Okay, so it's not a problem right now. Okay,
it is
so,
because I
okay,
want
hold on,
them, and
hold
I'm
on. Well,
not
no, my point is
getting.
this.
I'm not getting goddamn kids because of these fucking pedophiles are out there.
Right,
Okay?
Jesus Christ.
Arwin, and that gets to my next fucking point, which is this. Okay, look, I live in New York City, right? And I could either walk around and complain all fucking day about how it smells like shit, how there's fucking garbage everywhere, there's fucking shit on the floor. Oh my God, how awful is it? Or I could maybe get a couple of bucks together, go to a nice restaurant, and hit on some of the prettiest women in the fuck.
Yeah, but what Arwin's saying,
world.
he
It's a
wants
choice
something-
for me.
He wants something good about it, though.
Their
Isa.
presence
Well,
takes away.
Listen, hold on
it
one sec.
takes
Hold on.
away my
Arwin,
lust.
Arwin,
I
my point is
can't
this, though.
enjoy it. I can't enjoy it
Arwin,
anymore.
okay, hold on.
I can't enjoy
Okay, well,
any
well,
of that
when was the-
because
how
I
about this?
can't be natural.
When was
because
the
they'll come
last
after
time-
me, Isa.
When-
I can't enjoy it.
When was the last time? Okay, when was the last time you did enjoy it?
With my ex-girlfriend, and it.
Okay, and when was that?
Completely wrong.
And when was that?
Six years ago. Jesus Christ, it's been long.
No, so check it out. So, hey, so 6 years ago, right? So the thing is like, yo, man, and I'm sure maybe, and I'm not, I don't know, but it's like, yo, man, we all have our heart broken. We all have these things happen.
No,
But listen,
no,
man,
it has nothing to do with it, Isa.
well, listen, man. Well, no. My point is that if you had something worth fighting for, like, it's like it's one thing to say that you're gonna die for something. It's another thing to say that you're gonna live for something, right?
I can't summon a kid in this world based off what I am in the world as it is. I can't risk it.
Well, you could, Arwin. You
Oh,
could
this
protect.
I was no. Listen to me. Listen to me. I was freaking summoned in this world by my parents. Okay, and I probably haven't even been raped. I don't even freaking remember. But just
Jesus Christ.
them existing and approaching, it is too much. It disrupts shit. I can't summon a kid in a world where pedophiles rule us. I can't do it. They must die.
Right? Yeah. But Arwin, why are like we all know that, right? But like
I can't
so
do it. I can't risk it.
yeah, no, but well, okay, then you don't have to because you don't have any kids right now anyway, and you don't have a girlfriend, so you're fine. You're in the clear. Seems like to me. So I wouldn't worry about that. You know what I mean?
But Isa, he's saying that's what he wants, but he can't bring that into this world. So how can you be fine if you're?
Well, my point is
40. Okay.
Okay, listen. What I'm trying to say is.
Impulses.
All right, hold on, guys. So, like, what I'm saying, Arwin, though, is that, if you focus on beautiful things may come to you. Like, you believe in the idea that.
Darkness will
Hold on. Listen, hey, listen to me, Arwin. Hey, hold on.
Focus on beautiful things,
boys,
Isa.
Boys.
I'm not.
You believe in.
I will not focus on beautiful things as long as this shit is out there.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go there, man. You have a lot. Yeah, take care, bro. Take care, man. Take care, man. I don't fuck around with that shit. All right.
Guys, chill. Just relax.
No. Check it out. No. Look at this. I look at it like this, Arwin. It's like hypocrisy, man. Do you believe in synchronicity, right? You believe in synchronicity?
Dream while the freaking darkness is out there.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, if you believe in synchronicity, then focus on what you like, and maybe good things will come to you.
That's not how synchronicity works.
That's up to you, bud. That's up to you, man. I gotta go.
Synchronicity arrives. You can't go there.
All right.
There,
okay. Good night, guys.
It's
Later,
a part
guys.
of you, or it's not.
Is he gone?
Sorry, is there something I can't take? Is when I'm in this, and somebody tells me, "Oh, you just need to Focus on this beautiful little thing. It's all right.
Well, well,
Oh,
Arwin,
the
I think
darkness
it's
not
like
going to be there as
Arwin,
long as you see. Never.
Arwin, I think it's about how you handle a situation, right? You
Yeah,
know, if
like
you're
a
waiting
raving maniac.
well, if you're patient, if you're waiting for something, you're patiently waiting. So I think it's the time between the waiting for that thing is how you react, right? So you have something that you want sorted. So between the thing being sorted and now, how are you going to react? And I think what Ice is trying to say is, the reaction right now is not going to sort the problem that you're trying to face, right? You see my point? So it's the in-between time. It's the now time. What are we going to do now? Are we just going to run around like madmen, crazy, don't understand what's happening? Are we going to try to infiltrate and try to do something about it?
Infiltrate.
Yeah, that's what we have to do. We have to try to think about what, we can't just run around crazy. Oh, the world's gone mad. What to do? I don't give. I can't operate. This is the in-between
None
time.
of that.
Right.
They need to get out of the way.
Well,
and they need to be made to get
they're in
out of the
power.
way.
They're in power. They're going to fight for this power.
Yeah, good. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them struggle to their abyss. Let them fight as they die.
Well, there has to be some type of resistance, and I think that resistance is us. And if we are not thinking about the goal, Arwin, then they win. They win. What your reaction now is them winning, right?
Really? How?
Because we recognize how crazy this world is, right? And we feel helpless. But awareness. This is why we
feel helpless. I feel enraged. I want to take them out. I don't want to wait anymore.
No, but don't be saying things like you want to take people out. Or
yeah, I am saying it. So come and arrest me, you fucking pieces of shit. I want to take you out.
No, I'm just saying in
fucking pedophile pieces. Die.
I mean, I completely agree. Like I said, it's the in-between time until the goal. In between, how do we react, now? And I think we just have to think about what's going on. Otherwise, we lose control. If you lose control, you cannot think, right?
Yeah, well, I thought, and I lost control because of it.
Right, so that's why you have people.
Sink in.
Yeah, but that's why you have people around you, right, to think and to make sure that you don't lose control, right?
All right, so I can just go along and just.
No, it's not about going along. It's about thinking. It's about planning. It's about preparing.
Planning what? How do you plan for this? How do you plan for this? Really? What's your plan of taking down the justice system and the pedophiles? Plan to take them out. Okay? I don't think you can. I think the only thing that can be done is a massive rage storm and people just do it. And that's the only thing ever that will stop them. The only thing. Hate the planet.
No, there are other ways. Right? If you look at, for example, what Anthony's doing with the education system. Now, he could think about it. We as flat earthers could storm into every university, storm into every college, shut down the education system.
All the
Arwin, we could just say, stop teaching. Hold on. We could say, stop teaching this globe lie, this nonsense right now. We could storm in and prevent teaching.
I don't want that. It has nothing to do with it.
But listen to my point. I'm saying we're thinking right now. I'm saying we could do that. Or you could have people like Anthony who's going through the education system, tackling things in the right way. Right now, you're saying there's pedophilia. I agree. It's everywhere. So how do we go about tackling that? What do we do?
You take it out. There's no other way. You can't wave the freaking Bible in people's faces about it. You can't tell them it's wrong. No, it's wrong. Why is it wrong?
Yeah, but there are people like you. Hold on. There are people like you in the world, right? So if you expose the pedophilia, there are people who think like you, think like me, who want things done.
All right. I can't keep trying to hit the mute button. It's so difficult. Man, that is crazy. I've never seen that. I never saw that at all. I've heard about some legendary fucking freakouts, but Jesus. And I'm assuming it gets worse. He looks like he's ramping into a really good one, but I can't, man, it's difficult to try to keep the mute button. Because you guys, I don't know if you realize it or not, but he only got the P word out half the time that he actually said it, because I was trying to mute it every time it happened. I'm going to go ahead and end this one out, guys. I do appreciate everyone being here. Today was a fun one. I do enjoy the whole going back and watching stuff. So, like, it'll pretty much be a thing if the panel thing doesn't happen. At least we all have to fall back on the fact that I got a decade worth of fucking content that no one's ever seen. So thanks, guys. I don't even have a rant for anything. So thanks, Yoda, Zeppy, Nerd, Real, Lori, Jamie, Charlie. Fuck, a lot of people came in today. Illuminati. Off the list. Waterman. Very long list today. And everyone else. I'm sorry if I missed you. I can't keep scrolling up this list. I'd like to go to live tomorrow, but it's Saturday, so I'm not really sure what I got going on. I'm pretty sure something will happen. I may go live later on. I've been thinking about doing some late streams, especially like on the weekends. But I am going to definitely compile a bunch of stuff that I have and that we've watched for a nice clip or something. Let me see. Trying to find something. Yeah. So other than that, guys, like I said, Will Duffy did respond about the contract. His final response basically was, you'll have to wait until today's update. So I'm assuming he will address my questions in that. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm not gonna be like sitting here on YouTube waiting for him to come up with an upload. But I am going to email him about having another interview because I have questions and I want them fucking answers. And again, like I said, it's time to press Duffy on letting us know that this trip is for real in his books, rather than putting all the onus up to flat earthers on whether or not this is going to happen, because he has already stated that regardless of the 24 on the list, we'll just say the trip is going to happen. So there should be no contention on whether or not this trip is going down. With that being said, guys, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. See you guys around. Peace.
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Yeah, look, they said that I couldn't do it, so I went and did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Go. Okay, let's get it. Got a little time on my hands like a wristwatch. I don't got time for the brakes and a pit stop. Race through the gridlock, take it like Chris Rock. Right to the chin, still win. Heavy metals like Slipknot. Got the driving, I got tunnel vision. I just hit my stride the way I run the business. I've been making paper like I'm Dunder Mifflin. See the end game, I got one division. Look, I don't ever bother with a critic. Hit him with a chronicle of Riddick. Boom, bottle full of Ritalin. I hit him with a little bit of riddle me this, riddle me that. My bad, fell asleep at the gas. No time to wait though. Elon Musk, I'm trying to bankroll. New Tesla just cause I say so. Electric whip like Ivan Vanko. I just did it. W's only, you know I've been winning. Top of the world, the globe is spinning. If you know, I've been on a mission. Okay, let's get it.
I've been on a mission like totally spice. I'm bad she bad, but she totally nice. He was a blue and a toast with like white. They complete me, child at the soul for my leg. He knew it for sure, but he left with a why.